So it's about 20 minutes before the trial starts today, back with Amber Heard on the stand. And I was just perusing on Twitter and I saw that, wow, I saw that Incredibly Average posted this never before seen footage of Amber Heard during her deposition. Now, we all know how the fuck she was acting during her deposition. All right, the overacting, the exaggerated expressions, all the hand movements, all the, like, her tone was just way off. But this, y'all, this. Just watch it for yourselves. If you haven't seen it, please run over to fucking Incredibly Average right the fuck now. He posted it yesterday. Y'all have got to see this. This is how this woman acts. This is her on a regular fucking day, not her sitting up on the stage today, yesterday, how she tried to act, her personality with the smiling and the no, this is her.
That you've been previously arrested.
Yes,
for
you have.
Domestic violence against your spouse.
Look at her face.
Irrelevant.
What is that mouth thing?
It has nothing to do with this proceeding.
It has everything to do with it.
Go ahead
Because
and
you
explain
abuse people.
how you want to.
And her lawyer is
There
so...
was no domestic violence
Lie.
in that relationship, and I
Lie.
the state of Washington, where I was arrested, immediately dropped the charges
They did not.
because they knew the exact same thing that I just told you, that no domestic violence ever
Do y'all hear
occurred.
her tone?
And my ex has stated such. In fact, it was so
In
ridiculous,
fact,
those charges. It
she's
was
so
verbal
smug.
argument, it was misinterpreted, misrepresented, and
No, it wasn't.
completely overreacted upon by two
No,
individuals.
you
in power
overreact
position.
everything.
And as soon as they found out that we were
Listen to this.
partners, which we were not going to be arrested for before, as soon as they found
Which
out
we
we
were
were
not
partners,
going to be
the
arrested
male
for
cop,
before. The male cop.
not this other woman who's later
Not
been
this
brought
other
into
woman.
the press.
And she doesn't want to talk about the other woman because the other woman said blatantly this was not like a homophobic type of deal. I'm gay my fucking self. So bush that shit off because she was trying to make it seem like these cops were being homophobic against her and Tasia. No, that's not what the fuck it was. Don't try to make shit in a certain fucking way and put people in another light to protect your own fucking ass. Always trying to throw somebody under the fucking bus. Just listen to her tone, her body language, everything in talking about this. She's so smug.
This male cop put me in handcuffs, and
How dare he?
And that's
This male
there was
cop.
No,
You hear that?
No physical violence.
That's
no
a lie.
physical abuse.
That's a
and
lie.
Zero domestic violence.
You are...
What?
She's lying through her fucking teeth. No physical abuse whatsoever. None at all. Just look at her. Look at her.
Whatsoever between us.
Liar.
It was a trumped up charge, and
A trumped up charge. A trumped up charge. That's how you feel about domestic violence. A trumped up charge. Okay. I got your fucking number, bitch. I got your number.
it was dropped immediately.
It was not.
For being such.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Heard, that in fact on September 24th, 2009, you were arrested
Right.
for domestic violence?
Arrested. So how was it dropped
committed
immediately?
Against Tasia Van Ray.
Asked and answered. Is that what you just talked about?
Look at her.
I miss
And her
something?
lawyer. Did I miss...
Isn't it
Do you hear her? Did I miss something? If I call Amber out on the fucking street, this smug ass fucking bitch, she needs to be knocked the fuck off her pedestal, and someone really needs to fucking tell her about her goddamn self, because she wanted to talk about Johnny just having yes men around him because they're on her fucking on his payroll and shit. No, bitch, you got yes men around you because they're fucking terrified of your bitch ass that you're gonna up and fucking hit them, and they're not telling you about your fucking self. You got people who you have on your fucking payroll who are just doing whatever the fuck you say to do simply so that they can get what they want from you. What, at this point, I don't know what it is, what they would be getting from you, but they're just scared of you. They don't give a fuck. They're riding on your coattails. They're not going to tell you the truth about yourself, honey. But catch me on the streets. I'm going to fucking tell you. I'm going to tell you all goddamn day long. This is just...
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Heard, that on September
Look at her
14th,
looking at the lawyer.
you were in fact taken to jail?
Yep.
It wasn't dropped immediately.
Exactly.
Same objection.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Heard, that you
Ew.
spent the night in jail from September
She acting like she on
14th to
something.
September 15th,
She's definitely on
2009,
something.
as a result of your arrest for domestic violence?
Yup.
Same objections.
Why are you objecting? Look at how she's looking at this
352
lawyer like she wants to burn a fucking hole through her forehead. She's looking at her with so much hate and anger.
That's
Ew.
what happened.
Is that true?
It's argumentative.
What are you
it's
smiling
harassing.
about?
You just want
Her-
to,
Now that her lawyers want to talk about some harassment, bitch, for real. How about the harassment of you following Johnny from room to room to room to room to room after he's trying to get away from your bitch ass? That's harassment. Let's talk about harassment. We're just trying to get you to answer to the bullshit that you were sitting up here and trying to lie about. Talking about there was no domestic violence. It was dropped immediately. Bitch, you were put in handcuffs and taken to jail. Dropped immediately, my fucking ass.
get your harassment in. Go on.
Look at this
Let the
smirk.
record
Get your
reflect
harassment.
Mr.
Shut the
Carter's
fuck up.
Directing her not to answer. Did you
I
spend the night in
answered you.
jail?
I never.
I
never
answered
said
you.
don't answer. I never said that. That's not my
Oh,
fault.
who's that in the
Because
background?
she keeps cutting me off every time.
Do y'all hear these lawyers? Do y'all hear them? This is, I have never heard lawyers bicker back and forth and shit like I have in this fucking case, and have seen lawyers be so goddamn unprofessional in this case. And like, I've never seen it in any case other than this one. And it's on her team solely. They don't know how to act. They're fucked up and unruly, don't know how to play by the fucking rules, slimy, smug, indignant, ridiculous. And they're over here fucking fussing.
Every time I say something.
There's no need to yell.
Yeah, why are you
I have to
yelling?
be
Shut,
heard.
like, why
Everyone's
are you
talking
yelling? This is what exactly. This just makes it so fucking clear. Why are you yelling? Just like Amber, we're yelling all in the audios and everything. Why do we always gotta take it up there? Why can't you just talk and have a civilized fucking conversation? Her lawyer, this guy talking, whoever the fuck he is, literally, they'd be a good fucking match. Probably not. They probably end up killing each other. Jesus.
Talking over me. You've got a whole wall of lawyers over there who are talking over me.
Wow. Stop whining. Stop
Can I say
whining.
something?
Miss
Look at
Hurd,
Amber.
Miss Hurd, isn't it a fact that Tasha Van Ray
Look at her.
on September
she
14th,
disgusts
2009,
me. What are you
claimed
smiling
to the police
for?
that you would hit her arm?
She's smiling like, we got this. Don't worry.
No?
I don't know anything about this.
You're a liar.
Answer give a full answer, please.
I don't know anything about the claim that you just made
Liar.
about what Tasha said or did not say. I can't possibly know that. I know nothing about what you just said.
You were there, bitch.
Isn't it
And
a
all of a
fact
sudden
that
you
on
want to act like you don't
September
know.
14th, you hit
You hit.
Tasha Van Ray in her arm?
She sure did.
No.
Isn't it a
Liar.
fact on September 14th, you broke the necklace off of Tasha Van Ray's neck?
352.
Sure did.
Irrelevant to these proceedings.
Sure did.
Argumentative harassing.
Argumentative
Isn't it a fact
harassment.
that Tasha Van Ray
Bitch.
reported to the police that you had hit her arm?
352. Irrelevant.
Her lawyer
Vague,
is some fucking trash.
Argumentative and harassing.
She's like,
Isn't it
yeah,
a
huh?
fact,
Do that for
Ms.
me. Object for me, so I don't have to answer.
It's heard still.
That you
It's
know very
heard
well.
still. Do you hear? I'd be like, bitch. It's heard still. Bitch. No, really, your name is fucking Amber Turd, since you want to have a shitty fucking mouth. Have a shitty fucking ass. Let me not even get gutter like that. But this just shows you who this woman is in her daily fucking life. This attitude, tone, air of smugness and arrogance. This is Amber. She thinks she's done no wrong. She thinks she's fucking perfect. And she's sitting up here and fucking lying and acting like she don't know what the fuck this lawyer is trying to ask her about. When she know good and goddamn well she got arrested for this shit.
That your spouse, that your domestic partner, Tasha Van Ray, requested that you be arrested for
Requested
domestic
you be
Called
arrested.
unique.
It obviously was that big of a fucking deal that she requested you to be arrested. Obviously she felt a type of way. Obviously she felt threatened. Obviously she felt hurt. Obviously she felt abused. Bitch.
please let me get my objections in, okay?
Oh my God.
Okay.
There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety
I
of
love
people,
Incredibly Average.
including a person called Tasha.
Get up here and lie on the
Tasha.
stand.
Tasha. Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship proceeded to a relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Right.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
Right. Get up here
I
and
don't believe I
lie.
did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence? Or you
Look at
didn't
her
say
writing
yes or no?
notes.
I don't believe I said that.
Look at her.
Okay.
You don't like that, do you? Alright, y'all are on the tripod, trying to have it a little bit more stable, see the TV and all that shit. I'm gonna make my coffee, and this is gonna start any minute. I'm so fucking excited. I hope we get to see the cross today. Amber, I literally do not care. Yeah, we're gonna see what the fuck happens. This shit is crazy. Alright, so typically I watch on Law and Crime. However, Law and Crime is having some type of issue. So I'm like 3 minutes late because I was trying to figure out what was wrong with them. I'm so pissed. So let's see. Let's get in. Because now I feel like I'm late. And I'm not current. That's them entering. Lovely. Okay. Got Elaine in purple today. Looking like a... Let me stop. I am so pissed about Law and Crime. Like, I was locked, loaded, ready to go. Let's get to Amber. Alright, here she go. She's wearing yellow today. Fresh like a daisy. Please. I really cannot. She's trying to look all sad already as she got up on the stand. Where's the volume? Are they about to start it? This is so frustrating. It's so interesting. All these like technical situations are happening when Amber gets on the stand. I'm sure they're doing all types of shit in the background.
Starting those last 2 weeks,
All
just
right, here we go.
give us a little bit more of a factor there so we can get all our time in, okay? All right. Okay, yes, ma'am? One, defendants 167 and 170. Okay, okay. Okay, all right, so we got those two.
I'm like
All
still
right.
trying to work and shit.
Anything
and
else
do
before the
this.
jury comes out? All right, thank you.
This dumb bitch. This dumb bitch. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. We got the full screen now. Why didn't I do this a long time ago with the tripod? It's so much easier. Look at Amber. Look at her. I cannot believe, I still can't believe she's doing this shit. And you know she picked out that dress. Oh my God. I really am trying not to talk about people's looks because that's low, but like, with her and Elaine, it's so fucking hard. Okay, jury coming in.
Good morning,
Jury
ladies and
coming in.
gentlemen.
Good morning.
I just want to let you know that today we're going to go till 5:30. So I just want to let you
Okay.
know at the beginning of the day that we'll be
That's
going till
okay.
5:30. Okay.
We're gonna
All
go
right,
to
thank you.
5:30.
All right, your next question, Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when we finished yesterday, we were talking about the Bahamas and the yacht and flying off in a helicopter.
Yeah,
I'm
where
going
she
to just
lied about taking
ask you
care of
to take a
Lily.
look at,
Hey,
so if you can
Johnny.
Bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1091.
Let's hear what lies she's about to spew today, y'all. Look at Elaine.
I think that's
I wonder what happened to Law and Crime today. Maybe halfway through I'll switch through. I don't know. What's that, Johnny? He looks good today in his blue and multicolored tie. Got his dark shades on. It looks as if he is still planning not to look at Amber's bitch ass. I love it. I absolutely love it. Do not give her the satisfaction at all. She wants you to look at her. She wants an
Do you
acknowledgement.
recognize this picture?
Oh Lord, what
Yes,
picture?
that looks like the picture I took of Johnny in July, around July 2013. Okay, and why did you take this picture? Because at the time, I was already sensitive. I'd been in a relationship with Johnny for over a year. Coming up on 2 years, and I had already noticed that there was this pattern of behavior changes with him.
Pattern of
that would
behavior,
make my life
buzzwords.
significantly more complicated or peaceful, difficult, or wonderful, depending on what the cycle.
I hope her
what
team
he was
told
using. And I
told her to
only
tone
could
it
tell
the
what he was
fuck
using
down.
because I would have to look for
Because you know they
clues,
looked
and,
at Twitter
you know,
yesterday to
he
see
would
what
pass
people were
out
thinking,
and
and advised her to
get
act
sick
as such.
and lose control of himself.
Please,
And
you lose
then
control of
people would
yourself.
pick him up and clean him up and fix
You didn't though. You would take
and
pictures
he
of
wouldn't
him.
Either remember, or he would deny it, or he would accuse me of
You are the
saying
denier.
this had happened when it didn't, and there was no one to back me up. There was no, just his employees and everyone who had been taking care of him.
Right, the people on his payroll.
Versus my word, and so I
Okay.
started to take pictures to say, look, this is happening.
Oh my God.
This is, I understood enough about addiction.
Then how come nothing was
that you
reported
have to
by your
hit rock
nurses?
bottom?
How come no
You
one
have
has
to
seen
have some
actual bruises on you
consequence for your
besides these
action
doctored
or
fucking
for the
pictures?
behavior if you ever change to get better? And
Bitch,
it
you
seems
never
that
changed to get
was not
better.
happening. So I noticed behavior pattern change, and he
Oh my
started to,
God.
instead of fits of rage, he started to pass out a lot and fall asleep mid-conversation, and
He was working
it was just
17-hour
pattern
fucking
change. So I started
days
to pick
on a
up the
set.
clues so I could
He's
figure out
tired.
what I was dealing with.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Exhibit 1091.
Can we see the picture?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
1091 in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Heard, and what is depicted
He
in
looks
this
like
picture?
he is chilling out on his island, relaxing,
Johnny
taking
passed
a
out on
fucking
the island,
nap.
Where we.
Why are
on
you
vacation,
saying
we
passed
had a
out?
bit of
He looks like he's chilling.
sobriety right before this.
Taking a nap in his swim trunks.
It started to change with his friend Paul Bettany.
Is this supposed to be threatening to
And,
me?
Yeah.
Is this supposed to show he's in some drug-induced coma?
Defendant's Exhibit 109.
Girl, bye.
March 2013, yesterday, and I just wanted to bring this up quickly.
I'm sure you do.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that was taken.
Before you go further, did you take this picture?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of defendant.
Because she was always taking pics, taking secret fucking audio.
1095 in evidence.
Like the scammer she is.
Now, Amber, will you please tell the jury why you took
Really?
this and when you took this?
Why did
This
you
was
take this?
after a several day bender, a binge of Johnny's.
Wow.
The
I literally
22nd
see
of
Johnny
March, which we talked about yesterday,
asleep.
about he tried to burn a painting.
Oh my God.
He
Here we
was
go.
accusing me of having affairs
Because you
a
were.
musician, my ex-partner.
Because you were.
And he was on these, like, you know, a drug binge where I saw him no
Bitch,
eating,
you've been on a drug binge.
little to no sleep, and he would just use cocaine and drink all day long.
Wow.
And that would go for a period of time, and then a major blowout, and then he'd get sick and pass out, and then feel really awful, and often, including this time, would start a period of sobriety after that.
Take you to
We already knew
mid-July
Johnny did drugs.
2013,
Like, who gives a
Tokyo
fuck?
Press
Move the
Tour
fuck
for
on.
Lone Ranger.
Move on.
Can you jury about that particular trip and the events relating to Mr. Depp?
God, her face is sickening to
Sure.
me.
He was promoting a Lone Ranger, and I had just met his kids at the premiere in Los Angeles shortly before this tour started.
I swear to God, she keeps mentioning the
they-
kids. I swear to God.
Found out about me.
Amber, I'm gonna just ask you not to go through that.
Sure.
Just take us
Yes,
to
don't
Tokyo,
talk
please.
about the
So I believe we
children.
went
The
from that
fuck?
stop to Tokyo with the kids, and
Didn't she not?
he had
Oh
had
my God.
difficulty with drinking in front of them. He was trying to hide it, and yet he was dealing with some stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking at the
Drinking
restaurant.
to cope with your crazy
and
fucking
the kids
ass.
were kind of, you know, noticing, but not really sure what to make of it.
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
Okay, I feel like I'm gonna go back to
Say
Law
what
and
they
Crime
said.
because they're giving the two camera view with
Okay,
both
please
Johnny
continue,
and
but don't say
Amber,
what they said.
but I gotta
Okay,
find a
please.
break.
Anyway,
I'll do it on a break
Johnny became
because I want to
upset
see
with me
Johnny's face
for
too. I want to
judging
look at
him.
her fucking mug.
he was, you know, I couldn't.
Oh my
It was
God.
like I couldn't win if I didn't
What?
do anything. If I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it, it got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it
Wow.
was my fault, and I was nagging. And I get it. You know, I wouldn't like to be told what to do either. So
She's
but it made
always
him
trying to
really
say, "I
angry,
get
and
it,"
the kids
but
were in the.
you
on this
have no
press tour,
maternal
and I was just
instincts.
concerned
Don't
about them. I
sit
was
there and
concerned
act
about
like
them
you were
hearing
concerned
us.
about children.
Johnny screamed at me in
Oh
the hotel
my
room, and all I
God.
could think
He
were the kids were
screamed
in
at
the
me.
adjoining room.
Shut-
What if they could hear us? You
Oh
know,
my
I
God.
had just met them, and I didn't want them to think poorly of me.
Oh, well, they do.
And
Hence why
hate
Lily
me,
wrote you a
not knowing
letter.
What was going on, you know, in our behind closed doors. I just I remember him. It was name calling, and he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what you
That blazer, jacket, whatever, does not go with that dress.
I heard at this time nagging bitch. All
You
the
are a
time.
nagging
Called me
bitch.
a cunt.
And you are that.
He even said that he made a mistake.
Yo, it was a
with me
huge,
and-
massive mistake. He was
That he didn't
realizing
want to, that when we touched back down,
getting with your ass.
Get
Your
rid of me and I'd
crazy
go back to-
ass. Yes, go back to Orange. Your apartment on Orange.
he said some disgusting things to me.
And you said some disgusting
Okay.
fucking things to him,
Okay,
bitch.
let's go with Michelle. Can you bring up Defendants Exhibit 1090?
Oh, her
You indicated
sighing
that
and
they
shit.
passed
What was
out
that
at the
big
end of
ass
that.
sigh for? Look at that.
Did you take this picture?
Oh my
I did.
God, are y'all seeing
Okay,
this?
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants
Like she
Exhibit
about to fucking
1090.
cry and fall out.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you. And where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
She's
He
disgusting.
was passed out with his head on the table.
Instead of
in the hotel
helping
room.
your man, your
Uh,
husband
in
at the
our
time,
hotel
get
room
up
with
and
kids,
put him in the
hotel room,
fucking bed. This
in
is what you
Tokyo.
do. You take a picture of
on
him.
that press tour.
Wow.
Okay. I'm going to.
He was
take
also
you
on
to
a press
August
tour.
2013.
Which
What
means he
kind
was
of
busy
discussions
working
did
long
you start
hours.
having
Fuck
with
out of
Mr.
here.
Depp about moving in with him?
Well, after this, I
Here
was
she
getting
goes with the
close to his kids.
smiling.
and he had a
No, you weren't.
stint of sobriety shortly after that. And
Where was
it
your
felt really
stint of
good again.
sobriety?
And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let him rent my apartment for the vultures, that's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment was.
She always has to put that out there.
Safe,
The vultures, which is what she called the press. What, so the vultures can now turn on him? Is that what you wanted by saying that?
Saying I needed to have security on me, or we'd rent out the neighboring.
See, he's trying to protect you. Make sure you're good,
houses,
because you now his girl.
Because of the vultures, and it was a conversation, and then that conversation evolved into
disgusting.
I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that, but the conversation about
I had to get it
because
she's tripping.
Hard to resist because
she's tripping.
I was increasingly becoming a part of his life, and also loving his family and feeling like more stability would.
You don't love nobody but your
stability
goddamn
with
self.
him.
Talking about some loving his family. You
Struggles
wanted to
with
say
drug and
kids.
alcohol use.
You know that's a
And I thought
goddamn lie.
I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had. It was hard for me to work, justify working every audition, every meeting, every script I got was a negotiation or a fight.
God.
I had to justify it like as if I was saying, "Hey, let's have an open relationship." It was, I thought
No, because you took that upon yourself and made the relationship
make you
open
feel
your
more secure.
goddamn self.
Like, if we live together, certainly there would be more security, right? And that was my reasoning.
Oh my
You
God.
talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Was she not still doing movies?
Well, I've always
You were still doing movies, bitch. What are you
I've
talking
always
about?
been really independent, and I never imagined not working.
Oh
Worked
my
from
God.
The earliest time I can imagine. I come from, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. I never imagined myself having to
that's why you wanted the penthouses,
explain
your
my
car
job
paid
or
for,
justify my job,
your
but I
attorney
did,
fees paid
and
for,
I-
your
and
liabilities
I
paid
see myself as
for.
independent and
But you're
strong-willed,
so
and
independent.
I had
This is
to
Miss Independent.
bargain.
Amber.
Every time I'd get a script, it would be, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, "Are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family." When I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family.
Okay,
You
so
know,
I'm supposed to believe you only took
I kept
$300.
having to justify taking work by
Bullshit.
saying, I'm supporting my parents,
And they are not
I'm supporting my
here.
sister, I'm supporting my family, I have to work.
They are not here to confirm
Say,
any
you
of
don't
that
have to work,
bullshit.
kid. Let me take care of you. My woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet.
And
really
Johnny was
romantic
taking
in
care of your
some way,
sister
but
and your
It
family.
became a real fight. Every time I got a script, it was what kind of, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene, and then I started saying,
What's
no,
wrong
I'll
with
take
your
the sex
significant other
scenes, or,
asking if you have a sex
I'll
scene?
take the part where I don't play, that kind of character, or
Whatever.
Then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had, and eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie.
Lies.
Couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, it didn't happen all at once, of course.
I'm
After
supposed to
little
believe
thing
the
after little
directors
thing,
and everything
eventually
like that. We're going to
I found
switch everything
myself
around because Amber
pushing
couldn't do
as many
this, couldn't
scripts
do
off
that,
my
couldn't
desk
do
as
that.
I could.
I don't believe
Picking
that. I
ones
don't
that
believe
had
that for a
minimal
second.
makeup, as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take
Lies
you
the
back.
house.
Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
This
Yes.
judge.
Please, and let me ask you this. You talked about penthouse, we've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Could
A
you just
little
explain to the jury the different
Hang in
places
there,
that
Johnny.
Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in
Because
this
he's
beautiful,
baller.
like, you know, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood.
He's baller.
And
He
they
got
were
it
all
like that.
cul-de-sac. We
And
called
it still
Sweets,
wasn't enough for you.
because that was the name of this street, and there 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, you know, effectively he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown.
I
on the
know
same
that's right,
floor,
Johnny.
the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard of.
Buy that property.
And Sweetser was, you know, Johnny's kingdom.
Shut the
One of
fuck up.
those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was.
He could
where
do
he
whatever he
music
wants
hung
to
out.
do with any his money. It's his
And we
money.
spent some time in
His
there, but
kingdom.
that was effectively Johnny's, you know, place, and then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met, and he lived there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about Sweetser?
Isaac lived in the penthouses. The rest of them were pretty much empty.
And so did all your
And
little greedy fucking friends.
My best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to,
Who I was.
went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving.
Does that mean
her
you no
into
longer
this
are?
penthouse? And of course, she said no for the first few times. But
Oh,
he insisted
whatever.
and said they were empty, and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
yeah, Rocky Pennington. But the problem is,
She didn't
it's
want to say
about
her name.
30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange at the time.
So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend,
What is
into the
up with her
penthouse. So she
facial,
was in one of
like,
these empty-ish apartments.
expressions? Just like,
And somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time actually, but
Did it?
after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous.
oh,
to be honest. But
whatever.
we're in this.
You couldn't wait to get up in
relationship that
there.
was very serious,
You
and
moved
we were,
yourself, your friends,
constantly
your
traveling,
sister,
also
your
to
whole
other countries.
goddamn family in
We were
there.
LA
Yet you
for
were
a
hesitant.
matter of days or weeks.
Scared,
I'd go do
please.
a job, he'd go do a job, I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. There was
Y'all
an
were living the
incredible
life.
travel movement.
Y'all were
So
living
we
a
weren't
life,
really,
and
again,
you
living
couldn't
the
just act
day-to-day
right.
that you might normally with a partner, you know, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home.
You
We didn't
couldn't
have
be
that. It was
a sane fucking individual
Okay.
and love the man
I'm
who
gonna take
adored
you to
you.
September of 2013. What were you filming at that time?
Here we go with some bullshit.
London Fields?
Yes,
Ugh.
that's right.
God.
Okay.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
I just
Yes,
Sorry,
that's
did you
right.
have
Like you
time
have to
when
have a
you
recollection and
became
remember.
engaged?
Bitch, that was fake as fuck.
well,
Try again.
yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance
Okay,
was
yet
like
you did the whole fucking.
I'd look at that on the
you
page
know
and
what?
it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew
Shut
it
the
was
fuck
going to
up.
be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing, my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job.
Oh my
And
God.
Johnny had to go to
You
London.
just
I
had
think
to
for
do
some
it.
pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called. I think this was Into the Woods. Is my best guess.
Ugh.
So he dropped
God,
me off in
this
London,
act.
and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days
Brava,
at
brava.
this hotel that we first.
When does the scene close? When are we gonna get you real?
Consummated our relationship, and it was a when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship developed.
Blossomed. You know, you wanted to see her blossom, so that could be on your script. Your relationship blossomed.
Johnny liked to be in the same
People
room.
have been saying she's been saying lines
And
from
it was really
movies
sweet.
like
We got
Talented
down
Mr.
on
Ripley.
one knee
Oh.
and said, "I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl."
Imagine Johnny
You do
saying
the
that
rest
to
of
you.
my life.
Oh my
Say
god.
yes to me.
Oh my god, I would die.
He said he wanted to spend every day.
Shut the fuck up. You were not worthy
He
of that.
promised
You did
me
not deserve
that every
that.
day when I woke up,
You
that
had a
I
plan
would
from the
wake up
beginning.
and
You
he would
looked that
make me
man in the
smile.
eye as he
At
was
least
saying
once.
all that to you. In the
And
back
that
of your
would be
mind,
his
you knew,
goal.
I'm about to destroy this man.
And you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw
You looked into his eyes and saw
future.
dollar signs.
hope, you know, like blind.
You saw
hope
your
so
pocket
much.
being full. You saw you going from this place to this
Yes.
place,
It
living
was
the high life.
one of the most
You saw yourself with
I
unlimited
can't
drugs.
describe that kind
You saw
of
yourself
joy,
setting up
you
your
know, I
friends and
thought,
shit, this, that, and other, while saying you were
you know, if we
isolated.
were
Look at this
married, then
bitch. I'm so sorry.
is
I'm
real.
trying not to
This is
cuss.
real.
Like,
This
I know
isn't
it's
a
really
thing
bad,
of-
but like, this is just.
this isn't chaotic and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment.
I'm about to go to
and I
law
just said to
crime.
him over and over again, "Are you serious? Are you real? Are you
I wanna see
serious?
Johnny.
Are you sure?" Because
Hold
he
on, we
never
about to go to
breathes. So
law
I thought,
crime real quick.
"Is this?"
Because I'm not feeling this. Oh wow, Law and Crime has better audio too. God damn, it was
Okay.
loud. Woo!
The engagement would be off. That the relationship would be off.
Oh, what did I miss? Damn it. Oh, they had to go forward? What happened? Look at Vasquez. Look at Lane. Look at the stark contrast. Why did they have to go to the stand? How did I miss that?
That's a stadium check.
I'm not sure I understand.
How did I miss that much?
I could go to this concert with the cast, and I said, Johnny, that he's gonna my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Okay, I see what happened.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection. Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Her communications are hearsay.
Hearsay.
That's a stadium check.
I'm not sure I
Hearsay,
understand.
motherfuckers.
If you want to approach.
Yes.
Hearsay, motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. Yup. So I think I'm behind because I was already 3 minutes behind because this wasn't working when I got on exactly on time. And then so I went over to NBC. So I don't even know what the fuck I've missed. This is some bullshit. So I think I'm at least 3 minutes behind. I don't like being not up to date. If Amber is speaking, she's lying. Very much so. She's a fucking liar. Someone said, I wonder how her attitude will change during cross-examination. Woo! We're going to see Amber from the deposition I just showed you guys before. She's going to get up there with a fucking attitude, acting like a teenager. Teenagers don't even act like that. She's going to sit up there disrespectful as fuck, all looking smug and arrogant. That's what the fuck she's going to do. Woo! Right now is the exact moment to remind everyone that Johnny Depp fought like a lion to have all of this, all the nitty-gritty, televised for the world to see and hear, while Amber Heard fought like a lion for the opposite. Absolutely. She thought she could just out and say that shit and make up all this bullshit and no one was gonna say
That
anything.
if I accepted the invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off. and that I was foolish, naive.
I don't believe that. Look
for
at Johnny. This is why I like
thinking
Law and Crime, because they got the dual view.
people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that
You
it
can't
was
be
fine.
fucking
Hearsay.
platonic with your cheating ass.
She's testified about what Mr. Depp said. I don't understand.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Please continue.
Elaine,
He said I was
please
foolish
continue.
and naive, that no one could invite me to. How could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert?
Look at Ben.
Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was
That tie
because
is very vibrant.
they wanted more from me, and that I probably wanted more too. You know, I was basically asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out, and who's this? You know, who's the other
Johnny
girl
was
gonna
just
be
like,
there?
"Are you
And
fucking
how
for
could you
real?"
be
He's
so
like,
stupid?
"For
How
real?"
could you be so foolish? You're more naive.
Wow.
You should be smarter than this.
People were saying he was crying
And
yesterday,
I-
and that's why he was wiping his nose.
Apologized. I stayed. I mean, that whole evening. I think for a few
I'm gonna
hours,
get a noise
I
complaint.
spent on the phone with him, texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages.
I don't
about
believe he had the
my-
time to do all this
My
bullshit,
foolishness,
honestly.
and you know,
As busy
I'm
as
already
he is,
doing a movie where I play
I
this,
just don't fucking see it.
you know, character. When I, you know, where I was empowered, like I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually, and by the time
God.
I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that
I
actually
had been
I was
convinced.
just
Ain't
being
nobody
used.
convinced you of
That it-
shit. I've heard the
I
audio.
was just being used. It
You
was
couldn't
clear
be
that
convinced
that was all
of a
I had to offer,
goddamn thing.
and I was too foolish to see it.
Oh my
And
God.
I had
However, I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 188A.
Mhm.
Is that in front of you? Do
Yes,
you
please have her
recognize
shut up
this
for a moment.
portion of the
Because
text
her
chain?
fucking voice is
chain between
grating
you
on
and
my
Mr. Depp?
ears.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013.
This is so stressful. I hope Johnny is getting
Yes, it
like
is.
Okay.
when
and
he leaves, he gets
are
like
these
self care.
statements
He
Mr.
just
Depp made to you during that
zones
evening
out
that
for
you
a
just described to the
second.
jury.
Yes.
You're going to remove the admission of Defendant's 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 188A in evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction, or is that something you need to give me? Is
I
that-
think we're going to need to give it to you a hard
Okay.
copy.
All right.
Right.
I don't
Thank
know.
you, Your Honor.
Put them glasses on
And
that
if
you ain't
I-
never fucking put on. What is this?
And if I can draw your attention
What she
to
want to
it,
act like her eyes are fucked up?
he first
That's
says,
the first
"I
time
don't
I
wanna
see
make
them
anything
goddamn
an issue,
glasses."
baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test.
This shit
What's
is all
behind
out
that
of
door?
context.
Almost impossible to not take you on. You want me to roll the dice? This sounds more like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did.
And what did you understand that to mean?
Don't test me,
it was
bitch.
Clear,
Don't
it
test
was a
me.
threat. A
Oh,
threat that
no,
I
that's
wanted
not a
to
threat.
Objection, speculation.
Don't test me.
I
You will
think
be
she can say what she
gone.
understands
Bye bye.
too.
We won't be together no more. I'm not
Okay.
doing this shit.
All right.
They always trying to
Let's
take
move
shit
on
out of
then
context.
to the filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany in October, November 2013. Where did that take place?
In London.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened to be in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role in Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished
That's
my
what I'm
movie
talking
and
about.
moved
Booked
in,
and busy.
into his house in London.
Booked and
I have a
busy.
house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp.
It was really touch and go. He was filming with
touch and
Paul
go.
Bettany and
Bitch, you are touch and go.
there were
You ain't
days
right in the
when,
head. So not right
he
up there.
wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't matter how sick you are. You go. You know, it's millions of dollars every single day. They're filming, and I had not
He's Johnny Lee
experienced
Depp.
someone.
Why is it
who
frozen?
could effectively just control the set like that. You know, I mean, to that extent. And one day he didn't come home.
Why is it frozen?
And I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay.
Move forward, because
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Oh,
Objection,
God.
hearsay.
did you see that?
I watched it.
Okay,
I watched it.
okay, please continue.
I watched.
Why is it frozen?
Actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of this. Remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like this has got to.
What is going on with the streams today, y'all?
Say what they were.
What?
Look. But I felt at that juncture very encouraged
Okay. Law and Crime needs to get it together.
that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom, and finally he felt like
No, rock bottom
changing for good.
was literally
And
started at
I felt
deciding
buoyed,
to marry
you know,
you.
supported by these conversations I was having with
Because
people that
now
he was
look.
close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose that led to any
Why
discussions
are you
with
bringing
Mr. Depp?
up the children?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, connection?
Why are you bringing
communications
up
did you
the
have with
children?
Lily Rose in November 2013?
Objection, calls hearsay, leading.
I'm asking what her connection was. I didn't ask what she said.
Sustain the objection.
I don't think
Okay,
Johnny likes this.
November 2013, what, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm
No,
not asking for
why
what
are
she
you
said.
talking about the
You can lay
children?
foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who are you referring to?
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
All right. And was there a particular incident
I hope Lily
that
gave
led
them the
to,
letter. I hope she did.
disagreement
I
with
hope she
Mr.
gave them
Depp?
permission.
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
That, what, if any?
Look at her. Like, come
If
on.
we-
Like Ben said, come on. Don't talk about the children. Look at Ben.
Did you have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well, I was,
What?
you know, these kids.
Get your
were-
lines together. Get your lines.
I found them to be these beautiful, wildly intelligent,
Disgusting.
little weirdos in the best way. You know, they were,
Lies, you fucking asshole.
I was.
You
falling in
goddamn
love with them.
fucking bitch. Look at
And-
Johnny. He's like, she is lying through
You know,
her
they-
fucking teeth. How dare she?
Were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but
He
I
was like, I
I
cannot.
loved it, and I started to feel very.
Why are we
protective
talking about
and,
the kids?
You know, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and
Oh,
he wasn't,
my.
and the
God,
nature of our
Johnny,
lives,
do
with
not look at
travel
her.
and work meant he
Yes,
was there and he
Johnny.
wasn't.
He's like, for real?
And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on a
Eat the gummy bear.
Objection, hearsay. Lack of foundation.
Shut the fuck up about the children. I'm getting
this
so
argument
pissed.
happened because Johnny was. I didn't agree that this gentleman was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house, and I felt protective
That's not your place.
over Lily Rose and concerned.
What was protective? What did you do? What did you do?
And
What did you
naturally,
say?
they were not my children.
Right.
It's not my place.
It is. Thank
And I
you.
understand that.
But you. But
And
what
it's
did
a
you do?
sensitive subject,
But what
so
did you do?
I
But what did you do?
understand why Johnny got so upset with me.
This is not your place,
But
bitch.
that and the introduction of the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protected.
Shut the fuck
Again,
up.
it's not my place. I
He is
understand
like
that. And
this
I'm getting really
conniving
angry.
C-word. Look at Johnny.
weighing
Hang
on
in there,
that.
Johnny. Oh my god. I just broke my chip.
Did
I'm
there
so
come a time
pissed.
that there was a family engagement gathering?
How dare she?
Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there.
Oh,
There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul
I
Bettany,
can't believe they're talking about this. I hope
after,
Lily and Jack are not
one of his drug
watching
binges.
this.
And he
I hope they are not.
kind of just came alive again. You know, he even like played a prank on me about having like relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, it was. I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety. That
I
this
can't
was
with
it,
her.
and our life was peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just
For all
felt
those
so
people who say she get Botox
Objection, Your
and
Honor,
stuff,
non-responsive.
for her having Botox, her face sure does move a lot.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Take us to the engagement. There was an engagement party, correct?
Then yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. It was
Wow.
gorgeous.
And you couldn't just stay
And
there.
He brought my family out, and his family
Be happy.
was
You had to
out,
start some shit.
obviously in LA, and we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And it went one evening. We were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for.
Your mother, who
And
you've heard about.
he-
Don't speak on his mother.
One evening we're going to have
Don't
dinner,
speak on his
Christmas
children.
dinner there with her.
And
around
she
the time
better
of her
not speak on
birthday as well.
Vanessa.
And my best friend said, "You should
Objection,
really."
hearsay.
Sorry.
Wasn't out to prove the tooth. of
What
the
is she
matter, but
smiling
go ahead.
for?
Go past that. What did you do?
Ew.
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and
She
Johnny
is
proposed
too
in front of
fucking
our families.
familiar
And
with
this
these
big,
people.
You know, surprise. He
It should
surprised
be
me,
Mrs.
got down
It should
on
be
me,
Mr.
And
Stop acting like
I
you
cried
still
and
know
hugged
these
my
people.
mother and hugged his mother.
Disrespectful.
And he gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
I'm going to take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
She is
What if any relationship
acting.
did you have with Kate?
Ooh, I know
James?
Kate James is watching this. She's like, bitch,
She
you
was
better
my
not.
assistant at the time.
Bitch, you better not.
I
Don't
hired
go
her
there.
sometime in 2012,
Oh my God.
and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So,
And
Wow.
why is that?
Say some shit.
she was.
Say some shit. Say some shit.
Troubled and inconsistent.
You
at
know
trying to hold a job
what,
and
bitch?
stuff
You're
like that.
difficult, trouble, and
Her behavior was
inconsistent.
Objection relevance.
horrible.
Your behavior is
She's already
horrible.
testified. Kate James
You-
has testified, and I think
Holy
biased.
shit! I know Kate James is probably like in her
Thank you.
house,
Okay.
in her chair, bouncing up and down, talking at the
back to the jury.
TV like,
What-
"Bitch, I'm
what,
coming for you."
Job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her, and kind of how that worked.
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
You know
We
what?
had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, you know, if I
Yeah,
found
and
that
you
if
were
I said,
screaming and being
"Kate,
nasty
you know,
as fuck.
you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
Hearsay.
Oh, she's really.
Not testifying,
She's going with the
she's
children.
testifying
She's
about
down and
context.
fucking dirty.
Sustained objection.
She's trying to make it seem like Kate James, the
Well,
bad
I'm
mother,
asking
had
to
her
take a
car
look at
open
defendant's
on
exhibit
that
10,
on the street. Oh my god! I am so sorry, Kate. I am so sorry, Kate.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object.
This
on
woman
this
is
grounds.
foul. She's fucking foul. She's foul as fuck.
It's still hearsay. Maybe
Ms.
approach.
Hurd, did you, may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendant's exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record, but it's hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean,
Wow.
I don't agree. I think that's
How to do
point-
work.
the
Sure, damn it.
Approach.
This goddamn fucking bitch. Sorry, I have to do work. I hate work. I hate having to work. Oh my god.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
I sustain the objection.
Sustained,
You can take
bitch.
that down, Michelle. In the February, I'm going to jump to February, March 2016. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make, you know, I know that he earned significantly more than me. He's a successful actor.
We know you
I
acted
wanted
a
to eliminate
fucking
any
ass.
doubt in his mind and in other people's minds. So I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course.
Hearsay ass
Johnny
bitch.
said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one or got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death.
Really?
Only way out of this is death.
So now Johnny didn't want the prenup.
I thought it would be like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier. And I told him over and over again, you know, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this.
Oh my god. So now you wanted the prenup.
One time he said to me,
Okay, bitch.
he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having one foot out.
Because you did.
And they kind of were happening around the
You
same
wanted
time.
James
I still had
Franco.
an apartment, and we're engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with John.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
I'll sustain the
We'll move
objection.
on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so it was March 2014.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, you know, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, so we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, you know, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it, and I even invited my therapist. It was, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
We walk in together and we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events, and he disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because
He was sharing drugs with your dad.
I was there.
She said he was sharing drugs
The
with her
entire
dad.
party, I would say. It was kind of
I'm
down at the
so
end,
pissed. I got
when we were
this
leaving,
work shit
and
is
came down
actual
once,
work shit. I'm
because he
like,
was at the time sharing
damn.
drugs with my dad.
Objection.
Bitch.
Speculation. Lack of
Why
foundation.
is he sitting here trying to look
Did you
shocked?
know that he was sharing
Look at
drugs with
Johnny.
your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Mm.
Please continue.
My dad at the time was on the same, was addicted to the same thing Johnny was.
And so were you.
And so my dad had
As I know you're talking
either
about
my
coke.
dad
So were
ran
you.
out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was a, you know, they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from
Objection
West
calls for
Hollywood.
speculation.
How do you know that?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustained objection. And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptoms of the, I don't know what you call it at that point, but he still stayed upstairs. And
Are you referring to Mr. Depp?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please
So
continue.
shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and he just snapped at me, just verbally.
Okay.
Told me to shut the fuck up.
Oh, and you have
And,
told him much worse and told him
I-
to shut the fuck up.
I
You
remember
do need to shut the
talking to my
fuck
mom
up.
about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were at an engagement party, but that was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and
Oh, I was so
took
hurt,
pictures
and
and
I just had to act like everything was
went by.
okay. Shut up.
I'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
And you were only
Objection
there because of
compound.
him. Would have never got an invite.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event in New York. It's a fashion event, but it's just a major red carpet event. And you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing, you know. And we were invited that year, and
You were likely his
I'd
plus
already
one,
gone for the
honey.
previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I
Oh my god.
kind of turned it around on him and said that it's
Objection
actually
hearsay.
It's context, Your Honor. This is context.
sustained objection.
Okay. Just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you can't tell us what you said to him.
Okay.
Don't get smart, Elaine.
He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't
you
recall
probably
what
were.
other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point, and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event.
As you
We
were.
get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of
Girl,
grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my
where's
neck,
the
but
pictures of the proof?
top of my neck, top of my above my collarbone, below my neck. I think at that point when we were still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point,
She
Johnny
is
and I
so
are in
dramatic.
a struggle in the living room, and
A struggle?
kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up.
Oh, so
and
y'all
I'm
were
trying to get him
brawling?
off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point, he just whacks me in the face, and I had not, at the time, been like I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose?
Oh my
At the time, I
god.
was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed. But I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, red, and I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how.
Objection, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter.
It's a sustained objection.
Okay. Okay, just don't say what you.
She's a
what
liar.
You told a friend, okay? Okay. Let's take you to the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
I believe May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other and saw Johnny in these, in between. Like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay. And
Location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
so you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point?
Eventually, by May 2014. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May
James.
2014?
Oh, deep sigh. Deep sigh. Wow.
It's a nightmare.
A nightmare. Okay. Here we go. Is she gonna try to cry?
I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I told him I'm not gonna wear makeup in the thing. but-
Objection, hearsay.
Apparently,
Apparently what?
Approach, please.
Apparently what, Elaine? Look at her. So much contention around James Franco. Whole time you literally were bringing him into his fucking house when he wasn't there. He had reason to be fucking worried. His concerns and inklings were right, bitch. You had him in his house. We're trying to hide your fucking face from the camera. Are you kidding me? Is she fucking kidding me? You're on camera. You're caught. Like cheaters. You're fucking caught on camera. Y'all remember that show? That was Amber. Caught like on cheaters. Just a fucking mess. And she's about to get up here and act like she's about to cry. Hasn't shed not one tear. Face dry as bone. Police for Amber.
so tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco. And
Oh
was
my God.
already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in
Because
the
you
past, since we
were.
had done Pineapple Express together.
He was supplying you
I'm
with
going
drugs
to
and you were
take
doing
you to the
MDMA up
Boston
in Johnny's
plane,
penthouses when he was
incident. We heard
gone.
about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury
Sneaky
what
bitch.
took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, couldn't tell me any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant, but he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, you know, it was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these like arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me.
Oh my gosh.
I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations and felt encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday. I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day, assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan. You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane. It touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes because my life changed depending on what he was on.
Wow.
And he gets on the plane and
his life changed depending on what moves you were doing.
In every cell of my body something was wrong.
What day. How your moods are fucking fluctuating.
He comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We kind of have our places on his plane, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't.
At some point he was
asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could.
She is a fucking trip. Look at Johnny smiling. She's so unnecessary.
I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
She's telling the story.
I'll sustain the objection. That's part. Okay.
So he is asking me questions, and I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no one in, and he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually he went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about my body.
Oh, really?
He was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body,
Wow.
about how I liked it, how I responded, and then he started just straight up taunting me.
I don't believe any of
liked
this.
it. He called me a go-getter.
You are a
He called me a
go-getter.
slut. And also, this is happening with security and his assistants on the plane. And
Okay, so why has no one
I
testified to
remember
this?
I felt.
Why has no one testified to this?
I struggle to.
Security guard testified
to
to you
tell you
fucking hitting
how
him.
embarrassed I was
Look at
because
Johnny.
he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet, and why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof. I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me?
Wow.
Insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving.
Wow.
And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember
Not
getting
one
up
tear.
so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements, and I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane, and he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils. He's calling me a go-getter, and then an embarrassment.
You already said
Talking
that.
about what an
You are an
I am.
embarrassment.
I don't know how many times I moved seats. I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face.
Really?
And
Show proof.
his
Where's the
friend
documented proof, bitch?
is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed. If you do that to me in front of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things, and I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you gonna do about it? I just stared at him. I just stared at him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted
there's
him to
darkness
see
in
me.
your
Didn't
eyes,
feel like
bitch.
him.
Actually, there's nothing behind your
And-
eyes. I see nothing.
as I'm walking away, slowly trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements.
Oh
I wasn't
my
saying
God.
anything. I wasn't engaging.
You're deliberate about everything. You
I
plan
am
shit.
walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look
She's
at
a
him one more
goddamn
time,
liar. I'm so sorry, Johnny.
wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I loved underneath that. The man I loved. And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot
Oh, really?
in my back.
You felt a boot in your
It
back?
just kicked me
He kicked you in the back.
in the back.
Yet Kate James said there was nothing on
I
you.
fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking
You
at
can't
the
even fucking cry. You can't even
floor of the plane.
pull
for
up the
felt
tears
like a
down
long
within
time.
your soul. I'm
And
sorry, Johnny. Oh my,
I thought to
Johnny, I'm
myself,
so
I
sorry.
don't know what to do. I can't.
Johnny, I'm so
He just
sorry.
kicked me. No
Liar.
one said anything. No one did anything.
Because it didn't happen.
You could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge
Wow.
Security and my friend
Goddamn liar.
both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
Right, where are those
I spent the
people?
rest of the time looking at
I
this
want them to
objection.
testify and sit up here and perjure.
And
Where are those people? Otherwise, it's just your fucking report and your fucking lies. Where are these
Did there
people?
come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
Yes, secretly when he was moaning in pain, you fucking bitch.
I
Ew.
want to sit here and say that I was like,
You
I
were.
was telling myself I needed to leave him,
No,
but
absolutely not.
as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me. And he continued to drink, and then
I need all
eventually,
these people to
started
testify that
howling
she's bringing
like an
into
animal.
these stories.
and passed out in the bathroom with the door locked. And
Get away from your
was
fucking
howling,
ass.
and I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording and why. I mean, I'll just, I can ask her,
Okay.
but that's all. Why did you tape record him?
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he
Wow.
had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
Right.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll just
Don't
take it.
say I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
And how can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's
Thank
go to
you, Judge.
defendants 221. And I'm gonna play 3 different parts for it.
Oh God.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Yep. Approach. This is a fucking mess. Alright, I need to pause this while I do this work. Amber is really an interesting specimen of a human. Like, she is human, but she does not act in a human-like way. It's like she's an alien inside a human body, and she's trying to, like, just mirror herself off the other human actions, but it doesn't quite come off genuine because that's not who she truly is. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, she's just a very weird fucking person to me. Very strange. Like, her vibes, her energy, it's just so off. It's off.
The first one with 0 to 1 minute. And can you turn up the volume just...
No,
I
I'm
mean,
sure
part
you
of it,
want it
the
turned
noise of the
up,
airplane's a little
Elaine.
bit loud, but
I'm sure you want it turned
to be able to
up.
pick up the noise.
We already heard this. They're disgusting. We already heard this. But y'all want to play him fucking moaning in pain again? They're so disgusting. And she's gonna sit up there and act like she's upset. Is Johnny looking at her or is he still looking down? I cannot believe her. Ew. Ew. What is the point of playing this again? Just to further humiliate him. That's all they want to do. I wish I could see what Johnny is
The second
writing.
one is from 250 to 320. 30 seconds.
Yet another audio we've already heard. Fucking bitch. Oh, wow. We heard this one too. Do y'all have anything else? Do y'all have anything else? You gotta play evidence that we have already fucking heard.
You- 221 is in evidence. All 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then I can take the break?
Yes.
Thank you. That would be
You can play
it.
all of them.
We need a break from this shit.
I think they'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor. 9:30.
We are being
to 10,
tortured.
30 seconds more.
But Johnny is being tortured even more. Jesus fucking Christ. Is she shaking her head like, yep?
All right. And you're going to be changing gears after that, or do you have more questions for this issue?
No, I think this should be fine.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning
What was
break
I
then.
supposed to hear in
Just do
that?
not do any outside research and don't discuss the case.
What was I supposed to hear in that just now? In that last audio? I heard nothing. All I heard was fucking noise, white fucking noise. Y'all have nothing. None of this was fucking convincing. Let's see what Twitter is saying. None of this is convincing. I hate that I had to work on part of it where like I was like super immersed in my work and I was still trying to listen and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. Anyway.
Still testifying. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody at this
So,
point, okay?
still have to make one call before I could be pretty much done for the day. Fingers crossed. No bullshit takes place. So they're leaving for the 15-minute break. What does it say here? Exactly! Amber's team asked them to turn up the volume on their audio clip because the noise of the plane. But Amber Heard just said you can hear a pin drop after Johnny allegedly kicked her. Like, which one is it? Which one is it? Her putting the pictures up of him when he was on the island Literally, he was like this in a chair, chilling, relaxing, fucking taking a nap. That's what it looked like. It didn't look like he was passed out because he was on fucking drugs. It did not. In the second picture, he's sitting down, cross-legged, and he's nodded off and went to sleep. This is a busy fucking man. He's on his own fucking island. He's probably having all types of hours of the day. Like, they're not sleeping on a normal fucking schedule, probably. So the fuck what? This is literally you showing pictures of this man in a passive position where he is doing no harm to you at all. What is this supposed to show? Are we supposed to, like, is he in a threatening stance to you? No, he's asleep. He's fucking asleep. That's all I see. I see a man that is asleep and really fucking tired. And in the first one, I just see him chilling out. I could go to a beach and see a man sitting out on the beach like that 15 fucking times plus. Like, it's not doing it for me. It's not doing it for me. This act of hers, I did realize that I feel like her people probably, especially her PR guy, probably went online and was seeing what people's reactions were. And he probably told her to tone it down, because I do feel like she's toned it down some. The act is still very much there, but I do feel like she's turned it down a notch. But really, when it comes to the cross-examination, she's going to be like she was in that deposition. I need to make a call before they get back. I'll be back though. This is going to be a long-ass video. And if you do watch to this point, I don't know how, I don't know why, but thank you. And I'm trying my best. But this all is very, very interesting. And I just want Johnny to be vindicated. I feel like he already is. But yeah, let me make this call. Okay, I'm back in commission. I had to take care of some work, some business, you know, all that good stuff. But let's get it back going. When are they going on lunch? I'm hungry.
I suspect the record will disregard that testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. Begged me to forgive him. They said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point, and then I didn't respond right away, and he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on, and good luck, and I was better for it, and then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and he said that he was, he had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he, I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or
you dare not say their name. Dare not.
And he was saying, well, look, you know, me and this person we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober, and that was the last time. The monster will never come back. The monster will never.
You
come
are
back.
the
And
monster.
like such a different.
We all know the monster referencing
It
is
felt
you.
so much worse than it had ever been before, and because I had, you know, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength.
You were trying to get your
So
strength. You have a
I
lot of
actually
strength.
thought
You were
that
beating,
it
throwing
kind of
cans and shit. You had a lot of
would be the
strength,
turning point.
bitch.
I thought I had
Trying to get my strength.
Objection,
effectively.
Your Honor, non-responsive.
Oh.
Thank you. Go ahead, please continue.
I thought things would change.
Did you?
Did you draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions and how you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay.
Well, let's go, I'll lay the foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants 239.
Are they about to spend all day on the lies? Can we get to the cross, please? I want cross to start after lunch. Like, I don't want to do this bullshit anymore. It's all lies, her changing fucking stories, her fucking acting. Watch her mood and body language be completely fucking different once she's being cross. She's feeling a little bit too comfortable right now, sitting up here telling her lies, staring at the jury, staring them down. And Johnny has still not looked at her ass.
What you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email.
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Hearsay, bitch.
I'm just asking if she did.
No, what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Of
Did
course.
you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And then you didn't get to say what you said.
Yes.
And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
Here she go. Here she go, trying to work up some tears. Oh, trying to work up some emotion. Actor!
He came to New York
Ugh, acting all exasperated. Bitch, please.
to fight for the relationship, for me.
You getting choked up?
He was sober and he was committed to changing.
Oh my god. Face bone dry. Making her lips quiver. Oh my god. Someone please get a close-up of her face. There's nothing there. There's
I believed he was
I feel
embarrassed
nothing.
and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him.
I feel nothing. Nothing at all.
So I took him back, or got back with him on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment.
You upholded
to do the
not
full
one
detox.
fucking promise to him.
Prenup can never go back.
Oh, Johnny.
So I'm gonna take you now up to the
He's
June
like, do you believe this
through
shit,
August
this act?
2014 time
Do you think
frame.
she believes herself?
I think you testified earlier
I love
in
seeing them
publishing as well
talk.
that Mr.
Look at her
Depp
face.
blamed Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I'd heard this name before. And all of a sudden this doctor, Dr. Kipper, apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, you know, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that his team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious, I felt like protected. You know, I'd already by this point heard a million times, it seems like promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny. The plan was to keep Johnny on the same level
Please.
of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do the
Objection,
full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand what the objection, I don't think it is, I think she was.
Of course you don't understand,
The
Elaine.
context there, I don't think she was saying.
If you
there's
could
some-
lay a foundation on, she would.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations with the doctors and with the sister.
Objection, Your
And-
Honor, that's still hearsay.
All right, I sustain the objection.
That part is. So, what happened next? As a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston, where Johnny was, I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends and filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too, and they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I deeply cared about this human's well-being.
Please, girl, you do not care about his well-being. You beat him. You care about this human's well-being. Girl, bye.
Mr. Depp went
Get
to
the fuck out of here.
for Roxy Corden or whatever.
Roxy Corden.
Yes, when he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we left. We were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8 through the 18th, more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later.
Get your story together.
We're staying on a different part.
Get
of
your
the
lines
island.
right.
A few minutes drive by ATV, like 10-15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first, and then the behavior. Then it just really wasn't okay.
Yeah, you were trying to block him from fucking leaving, blocking the car, standing in front of him, screaming.
A lot, and then he, wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not.
Really, bitch?
At all.
Look at Johnny.
It was just
Look at Johnny.
Up, down, mood, and it was like I was.
But I thought he couldn't get it up. Just yesterday he couldn't get it up. Now he can have sex all the time. He was wanting sex all the time.
Roll with it and
Get your story
provide
straight.
support. I was taking his blood pressure.
She was taking his blood pressure.
Communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, getting him
You
meds
weren't
at
delivering the
time.
meds. You were withholding the meds,
I was just
bitch.
trying to take
Look at
care of
Johnny.
him, and,
You were not taking care of him.
amazing,
You were making it
I guess
miserable.
the effects of the detox really started to change.
Why
From
is
this
every
erratic
story she brings an
behavior,
exact opposite of what we've heard of Johnny? It's
down,
an
and
exact
then
opposite.
it burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way. He screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table.
Oh my
Luckily, it
God,
was
Johnny.
bolted down to the deck. But I remember him shaking it and screaming, and
He was shaking it, but it was bolted down. Does that even make sense?
it was really calm.
How you gonna shake something that's bolted down? Make it make sense.
And
You give these little details to try to make your story more believable, but it doesn't add up.
it looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. I was trying to remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that, how much I was reminding him. He told me all the time I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing that without me.
Please. She's trying to make herself out to be this angel savior of the world. She's wanted to save Johnny.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and
Jesus Christ.
he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face.
Oh my
And did
God.
it, I'm crying. It was the weirdest thing. Just crying.
Not one
And
fucking tear.
No one had ever embarrassed him like that.
Oh,
No one
my
had
God.
ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too. Just
Johnny is like, I can't with this. I truly cannot with this.
felt bad. I feel bad.
Ugh.
Still feel bad.
You still feel bad? Why do you feel bad? Why do you still Why would you still feel bad, Amber?
It just was in my head. I don't know how to detox someone. You know, I don't know how to help them through that, and I shouldn't.
Right, you don't know how to detox because you don't know how to detox. Always on some shit.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to.
Because he asked me
That
to.
was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know
Ugh.
why anyone. No, why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I didn't.
Wow.
I had no idea what that was going to look like or be like.
And then you
It
needed
was
to
tough.
leave. He
You know,
could
I'm
not
an iron,
detox with
trying
you.
to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and
Ah!
You know, I'm not
Hallucinating. Look at Johnny.
screaming at me for things that I said when I didn't say. I hadn't said anything.
Okay.
Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it?
It's just telling the context of
sustained objection.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
He was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, you know, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he
Johnny.
was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me. And
This is
yell
so
at someone else who wasn't
horrible.
there.
This is a man going through detox. If you couldn't handle it, you needed to fucking leave.
It was terrifying.
Instead, you made it worse. Instead of caring for him and taking care of him, making sure he was all right, saying, baby, sit down, it's all right. I'm here, I got you. Let me get you a cold compress, lay down. Let me put this on your forehead. Let me get you some water.
The detox.
You acted like a fucking ass.
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd,
And Debbie Lloyd is not your friend.
Dr. Kipper.
You
and
held
I-
her hostage
We flew back to LA. And
because you needed
he
to
was
leave,
going
because you were
back
cutting
and
up.
forth saying he wasn't going to continue to. He was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably.
Now you want to not
everyone's
say what
best
they said.
interest if
Please.
I
Trying to
went
allude to it
away
being something
to a
horrible.
hotel.
You needed to be away because you were making it worse.
Johnny, put me up in this room.
I
in this
cannot
hotel
wait for this
while we
cross.
finished
I cannot fucking
the
wait.
process of detox in LA, and I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me. It's crazy.
Yeah, y'all were partying and hanging out and conspiring. Fucking conspiring. Okay, what's our next step? Oh, now she wanna... Is she really using this tissue? There is nothing there. You want to copy Johnny.
Mr. Depp,
Copying Johnny because Johnny is wiping his nose and Johnny was sniffing. You want to get up on this stand and sniff and wipe your fucking nose. You held the goddamn tissue up there. Literally just held it there.
the admission of
Just fake. Like she doesn't do things like a normal human being.
Excuse me.
She couldn't just wipe her nose. No, she had to hold it there and do these real loud sniffs. So we know she was, what, choked up or crying? Bitch, your face is dry.
lines on that. So can you
Your face is fucking dry.
message?
Did y'all just see this act? Oh, Johnny, I am so sorry you got involved with this crazy fucking woman and her looks overtook you. I understand men are very fucking visual. I get it. But my God.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I just wanted to use as evidence and publish.
Stop sniffing.
And Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just so that we can highlight here.
That this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. That sound like he's literally just telling you what to say, that telling you what you want to hear. So he can just chill and do what he needs to do and not be bothered with you fucking bothering him and harassing him, placating you, bitch. That's what this looks like to me.
Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 is 40.
All right, they're on lunch, so I'm gonna see what Twitter is saying. Laura B, please, I beg you to quash conspiracy theories of what people think is or aren't happening in court with her people. This distraction is potentially harmful. The court is very aware in enforcing rules here. I would appreciate your help, please. Apparently people are contacting the court. No, let the courts do what they're doing. There's people, they see what the fuck is going on. The jury sees what's going on. They see what's up. We don't need to be contacting and doing all of that. No, just let it roll out. Amber and her team are doing all this shady shit in the background. Let them do that. Let that fucking shit be seen. Let them be on that level. Just let us have the truth be put out there. She's gonna get on cross. She's gonna have to answer to all her fucking lies that she's sitting up here and telling us. Wow. So please do not do that. That's right, there is no court next week, y'all. So today is Thursday. It's the last day of court until the week after. All right? So just know that. The way Amber Heard isn't going to be cross-examined for over a week is just too funny. Good luck remembering what you've said. Ha! Exactly. You got to keep your lies all fucking together. She probably has somebody in there trying to record it well, she can see it online. You know she's looking. You know she's watching. She's going to be like, okay, I said this, and everything has to match up. She has over a week to get her fucking shit together, and they need this week break because this has been fucking brutal. Ooh, another poll. Okay, so this poll is believe Amber Heard, don't believe Amber Heard. So I'm going to say don't believe Amber Heard. 90 votes already. 100% of everybody does not believe her. So, ooh, good luck for your PR team getting over this, honey. Oh, and that was just put up 19 minutes ago, and that was 90 votes. Please. Wow. Reminder, Amber Heard called James Franco rapey. I feel bad for the idiots taking Amber Heard's testimony seriously. Like, it's such a joke at this point. You have to be able to laugh about it. Yeah, there's nothing serious about what she's doing. She's getting up there and putting on an act. It'd be different if she'd actually went through something and you would have, like, a little bit respect for the situation, but she went through literally nothing. She went through not a fucking thing, this woman. And she's trying to make herself aligned with people who have endured horrible, horrible things that they did not want to be in. Actually could not get out of. You know, due to family, economical reasons, this, that, and other. I got abused this time, but I can't tell you anything about it. I got a bruise, though. Everyone saw it. I just can't tell you who saw it or where it was exactly. It's all fucking words and lies out her goddamn mouth. She has no evidence of anything. She wants to be a storyteller. Amber Heard is doing a lot better than yesterday emotionally, but not an absolute wreck. Like, I do feel like someone told her to tone it down. I definitely feel like that. Wow. Right. Amber, he was apologizing for beating me. Johnny, I'm sorry for the insults. Exactly. Ooh, I'm so happy nobody is believing this shit, bitch. But the fact that we have a week? Damn. I need to get me something to eat. Try to finish up this work shit. See what else is going on. But I'll be back for after lunch shit and see what other lies she spews. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Okay, y'all. Remember when we were watching Amber Heard acting up on the stage and she had the tissue, right? She brought this tissue up and she held it like this. And I was like, what the fuck is she doing? Like, why is she holding it like that? She literally just held it. Well, I couldn't see a flash. And apparently there was a cameraman right fucking there. She was posing. And that's why she just held it there like that. Because she was getting that picture because the camera was right there. And what I'm about to show you, you can see the flash. And you can actually see her eyes dart over and look at the cameraman. Like, she knows exactly where he is. There is nothing genuine about this woman. There is nothing genuine about her or her story. She's sitting up here trying to pose because she can't even squeeze one single drop out of her fucking eyes. Dry. Face dry as a fucking Sahara. She can't squeeze a fucking single tear out of her mouth talking about the most dramatic and traumatic events of her life, that she had the most extreme PTSD on, that she checked 19 out of the 20 freaking options. Yet you can't squeeze a single fucking tear out of your eyes, that you have to sit up here and pose with a tissue in front of the stand. Like, we can't fucking see what the fuck you're doing. Pose for a camera, look at the cameraman, and hold the tissue up to your nose so you can get that shot. And hopefully that's circulated. And the headlines are that Amber fucking cried on the stand. Please, watch this. Watch, because I couldn't see it when I was watching it live. But watch. And then she looks right there, and she holds it up.
And after you both returned to L.A.
And you saw that camera flash as soon as she held it up. Watch it again. Flash.
And after you
Takes
both
it down.
returned to L.A.
She literally posed for a fucking picture with a fucking camera, and you want me to believe this woman was brutally
And after
fucking
you both
abused by
returned
this
to
man.
LA.
But she can't even give a genuine fucking ounce of emotion at all. At
After you
all.
both
This is
returned
a
to
fucking
LA.
joke. It's all an act. Wow.
And after you both returned to L.A.
Law and Crime is legit doing like a countdown, and it's kind of giving me anxiety. I don't know why. But is this something new? I don't recall this being here. I mean, I know court's about to start in exactly 3 minutes and 17 seconds. But I'm like, damn, do we need to do this? Okay. And then they took it off. Alright, I'm glad, because that was like really, really anxiety inducing, and I was like about to freak out. Alright, y'all, back to the foolishness. Back to the madness. You see her PR guy back there in the blue with his bald head? That's him. Let me see if I can zoom in. No, it won't let me. But yeah, that's him right there, up in the corner. That upper right hand corner. That's his ass. Eve Barlow 2.0. 3 times he had to be told to put his phone away. Worse than a child. So that means you know what you're doing is wrong. You just decided not to follow instructions because you feel like you're above the law. I swear, she finds these people from, I don't know where, crazy loony bin US, where are these people? Stay the fuck away from me.
Michelle, can you bring up defendant's exhibit 236, which has already been admitted? Thank you.
What was that, Amber?
Amber, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different...
The Boston plane incident when nobody testified to anything that you said?
Messages from... This is from Mr. Depp to you, correct? Yes, and this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident. That's correct. All right, and he is saying...
Now she putting some glasses
I find
on,
myself
please.
in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must.
Look at that face.
My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live
Like
that
she's
again.
so touched and hurt by these words. Oh my God, she's reliving the experience, the pain. Girl, please.
So sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. You see that? I do. And was that the
Oh,
message that
I
you,
do.
that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Oh my God, with the
All right, now
sign.
I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury and tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off in the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was pleasant?
Was it?
Friendly, fine, normal. And then
Everything you're not. Friendly, fine, and normal. You are none of those
stopped
things.
making sense with this, like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would and that pattern kind of increased
Pattern.
dramatically in a short amount of time, and I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles.
How do y'all do so poorly that people can literally pick out from your script where you've taken from other movies? How can you be that obvious?
I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time that we had been disconnected,
What happened,
it was minutes.
What happened? What
Not
you gonna
even
make up
minutes.
that happen?
I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times.
So she's talking about the situation where they were at the kitchen table
was
and Isaac came in
so
and picked up the
confused.
phone.
I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Because you know you had a man you were
He
fucking.
says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking?
Right. Who is he?
And
James.
it was such a bizarre conversation because it had already started to feel like he was not.
Johnny, I'm
it was
so
almost
happy
as
for
if
you,
he
honey.
was
Do not look at this
confused by
girl.
what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it.
Do not look at this lunatic of a woman. Don't give her the satisfaction.
That I have just told him.
Literally, that's all she wants out of this is for Johnny to acknowledge her and look at her. That would be a win for her.
And
Don't do it, Johnny.
he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less call him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. That was my understanding. Johnny was passed out.
Hearsay.
Okay. Okay. All right. January 25, 2015, Tokyo.
Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip. And plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him.
I could not wait for the cross-examination. She's sitting up here making herself just seem like this innocent angel, so concerned, wanting to help Johnny, wanting to be there to support him, wanting to just nurse him back to health, help him with his detox. Nobody told me I couldn't be here. Da 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 da.
Enough to
The audio says different. The audio says way different.
And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair. And
Really? Oh, look at Johnny. He's like,
really
for real.
sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head and kind of wrestled me down to the floor.
You know what?
I mean, it felt.
I can't even envision. Like, if I close my eyes and like have an imagination
facing him or looking at him,
and try to put myself in the moment, I could not even envision Johnny doing the things that she's saying that he did.
I would have at this point.
However, if I think about it with her, I can very clearly envision it. I can see her popping off because I've heard the audio. So I can match up that audio with an image of what is going on. And all I is him screaming at you? Screaming loud. Oh, okay. Okay.
And what I remember of that is
It's gonna be our time soon. It's gonna be our time soon.
Put his knee on my back.
Put his knee on her back.
On my back. And I just had this like.
If you were a jury, would you want her staring at you like that? Would that not make you feel uncomfortable?
And I look at him and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking.
Whew, I had to handle my work business, but I saw she was over here about to try to fucking cry, so I needed to go back and see what the hell was going on and why she was over there about to choke herself up and had the tissue and was doing the fucking most.
A bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier.
Oh yeah.
But
so we
part, the first night,
you saw Johnny look at it. Yeah.
Remember,
she said that so that when they go to cross-examine her ass, she has an excuse for her not remembering details that they're going to bring up to her, and she's going to be like, I don't recall. Bitch, we see you. We see you.
Is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far. Maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean,
she went flying. Do y'all hear these words? She went flying.
And I remember thinking,
I hope Johnny isn't crying. I'm so sorry, honey.
Throw me around like that, you know.
Throw you around like a rag doll, really?
I slipped, scraping my skin against
She's
this,
such a fragile woman.
Beautiful wooden floor.
Beautiful wooden floor. Girl!
That
Stop it.
Was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on off sort of thing.
You're on off.
I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge.
Oh my God. Here we go.
By the throat.
Wow.
And he just was holding me there by my throat.
Wow.
And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long.
Where is the evidence, Amber? Where is this evidence?
He has me up against the throat.
You're up against the throat on the fridge.
Bashing
you against the fridge. Where is the evidence of this?
Kind of moving in that
You
area.
should have bruises, bumps, and all that shit.
I'm in his face.
Oh my God.
I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face. screaming at him,
Wow.
screaming at me.
So she's trying to justify her hitting him. So she's admitting to hitting him, which is not the one time that you admitted under oath, the only time that you said that you hit him. Bitch. So you lied under oath because you said you only fucking hit him one time. So you sitting here and saying you slapped him.
Barricaded the door.
Oh, she's trying.
You know,
she's trying.
It wouldn't stop him from coming in. We can come in the other doors. You know, there's
no, bitch. You were following him from room to room to room to bathroom to bathroom. Don't fucking try it. Look at Johnny. He's like, she is full of literal shit. And that is how she was able to get up and shit on the bed and be nasty as fuck.
By his doctor is giving me anti-anxiety.
You're medicated, bitch.
Giving me,
you need to be on medication. All your personality disorders.
Give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope.
Oh my God.
I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in, so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills.
No, Johnny was the one behind barricaded doors, sleeping in bathrooms and shit. She is
still up.
Oh my God.
He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept.
Wow.
He had not eaten.
Wow.
So I tried to get him to eat.
She's going to hell.
Get in an argument.
She is going to hell.
He's accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
She's one to name dropping shit.
Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh yeah, I left that out.
Look at Johnny. He's like, this bitch is acting. Acting. It's so much. She's doing the most.
You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. I wasn't.
Bitch, let's be real. You're the reason he could not stay sober because you were driving him fucking insane, and he would drink and do drugs to numb the feelings that you were bringing back up that reminded him of his mother.
He took a handful of
crazy
pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came downstairs,
but I'm just like, she is
on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10. I can't recall as I sit here now. Either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I don't.
8 or 10 pills of MDMA. What person humanly possible? You're saying this man is Superman. He would have been on another fucking galaxy if he took 8 to 10 fucking MDMA tablets. He would not be sitting here right now.
In the bag, so I think it was what he took.
But you was doing MDMA with James Franco all up in his apartment, in his penthouse while he was working. That's okay.
That amount, and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10, 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say
I can't recall.
Is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs.
Wow.
I went downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay. Please continue with that second day.
I can't. She is really trying to go through this whole ordeal.
He was accusing me of being mean to his sister.
Wow.
He was accusing me of not liking his sister.
Because you didn't. Because she didn't like you.
I was.
She saw you for who you were.
Put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say no.
You don't put any fires out. You stoke them.
I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman. I hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of it.
Overruled.
Of course.
And then when he came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself.
Because you called her brother a fat old man.
Yeah, her and I had kind of
rude ass. Yeah, you want to talk about all the names he called you. You called him washed up and pathetic.
Direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of conversation.
Jury judge told on your ass.
I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, no, I can't say what I mentioned. He,
get your story straight, get your lines right.
Picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney.
Oh, God, I remember.
At some point prior to this, got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and
so you wanted the post-nup.
There was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup.
That is not how you did it. You had a fucking fit. Trying to act like you were just like, okay, let's do it.
Divorce attorney and fired her, and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015.
Yet you gave him a knife saying till death do us part.
25
Yet you gave him a big ass fucking knife saying death to us part, yet you want to keep on saying this till death part. Oh.
I hear
okay.
Him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently.
Bitch, you're incoherent.
My lawyer and his agent, he comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all.
You aren't connected to reality. Look at Johnny. He's like, bitch, really? You are not connected to reality.
I have been saying to Johnny,
you are delusional.
Eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax.
Oh, God.
Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep.
No.
He needed to sleep it off.
You was running around drinking 2 to 3 bottles of fucking wine on Ambien. You needed to get some sleep, bitch.
Whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I had recognized that sort of...
You recognize that sort of delusion because you have it yourself.
I recognize the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things.
You recognize the pattern of loops because you do it yourself.
Discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off.
You knew because you've been high for 24 plus fucking hours, and you knew you just needed to sleep it off, so you're speaking from experience.
I went to the fridge, I got out the steak so that they would, be ready to cook, and I got out some of the food I was going to
Nobody cares about what the fuck you got out to eat. All these unnecessary details.
I don't know.
Like your Molly homemaker.
Nightgown at that point, or if that was shortly after, but...
oh, I cook the food, I take care of the children. Like, no, bitch, stop.
Coming downstairs and looking for him, we had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me.
You are belligerent. Don't ever in your life call another person belligerent. I have heard you belligerent on audio after audio after audio, screaming at the top of your lungs, talking like a goddamn demon, laughing like a maniacal fucking villain.
Not to prove the truth of the matter, she hasn't even said it yet. But try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something.
Try to
This
say
tone that
something.
Elaine is giving off, like, it is so different than how she was questioning Johnny's
I don't know how to
witnesses.
describe to you because it wasn't.
So now I know you know how to act like you have some sense. You just decided not to and thought that that was the right tactic to take.
Don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but
Oh, you don't know?
again, he
The
has
gaps
me
in
against the
memories, yet
wall,
you're giving
and
all
he
these details about
slams me
taking out
up against the wall hard.
Oh, he
I mean, I
slammed
hit
you
my
up
head
against the
hard.
wall. Oh, where's the proof? Where are the
And
pictures?
This is the wall next to the.
Why did the nurses not
I say
record it?
kitchenette, but it's more of a bar.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I remember there were these cooling fridges, and
Oh,
I
here she
remember
go with the fridge.
being slammed up against
Oh.
those. I remember pushing them off of me.
Okay, Amber.
I remember the name calling.
The name
whore,
calling.
Slut.
You
fat
are a
ass.
whore.
I remember a lot of.
Of course,
name
fat
calling.
ass bothered you because you were taking all types of drugs to stay skinny. Of course, that hurt you at your core.
I said.
You're so fucking vain and shallow, bitch.
He was
Calls for
drinking.
speculation, leading.
Oh, God, look at her.
What if any drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have?
What
by
of
this
any
time?
drinks did we observe of Amber
already
taking?
seen
How about that
drinks.
question?
Right in front of me.
Not
took a
even
big
drinks,
swig out of a
bottles.
wine bottle upstairs, right in front of me, as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it, as a show for did it right in my face to make a point.
Oh, how dare he.
And then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I
Oh
was
my
wondering why he
God.
was drinking both.
Because he
but
wanted to. Why are you
at
doing
some
this?
point,
I'm wondering that. I'm wondering why you're
he
getting
had
up
me
on the
against
stand,
this,
lying through
wall
your
next to
teeth.
the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the
Okay.
neck.
Had her by the
squeezing
neck.
my neck.
Always
And,
talk about having
it
her
got
by the
really-
neck.
It got really nasty. It went from oh, no one likes you. No one likes you.
No one likes
Everyone
you.
warned me about you.
Everyone did
That's
warn
what it
you
was. He
about him.
started
Everyone
telling
warned
me
him
that
about your
everyone
crazy fucking ass.
had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me.
Yep.
He wished he had never met me.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one
He
liked
should have
me.
never met
You
you.
know, it sounds
Ruined your
childish,
life. He was speaking truth. That's how he
but,
felt.
I remember feeling
Drunk
really
thoughts
hurt.
or sober
And
thoughts.
Then at some point,
Drunk
I
words or sober
shoved him
feelings.
hard to get him off.
Whatever
me,
the fuck they
and
say. It was
He
the
shoved me
truth.
back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?"
Okay.
That I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall. But at
Oh,
some
you're
point,
missing spots of time.
I am in a.
Did you black
in a,
out?
A
You
struggle
were so
with him. I'm holding
traumatized.
His shirt lapel.
Lapel?
And he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it,
Flings her. Ugh.
throws me
Drama.
across the room. I land on a games table.
Drama.
A ping-pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face.
Where are the pictures of this abuse?
We struggle on the
Ben said he
games
saw
table.
3
I don't
uniform scratches on you on the plane back home. You were straddled on a
I
goddamn
don't know
game table and he was
how
slapping
we
you
did it.
repeatedly
I
in the
don't
face.
think
Where are the
I wish
pictures
I
of your
could tell you,
face?
but we were.
Y'all remember
in
that
the
picture of
struggle on
Rihanna?
this-
I have
this
never
thing
seen a picture of
by the
Amber
bar.
like that at all. From the
And,
abuse that she's saying that she received from Johnny, where
And we
are
had
the
this
pictures
conversation about the
of the puffy
drinking or
face,
argument about the
black
drinking,
eyes,
and,
busted lip, broken
he
nose?
holds
Where
up this
are the
bottle
pictures?
to me.
She about to act.
And,
She about to act.
You
She
know,
about to try to
I'm
act
saying,
like she breaking
did you
down.
drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore.
You can't.
And, that if I really, if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really if I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on, go
You
on.
could tell she's reading off
Saying,
a
"Go
script
on."
in her mind,
And
line
then
for
gesturing
fucking line.
the bottle towards me.
Johnny's like, how much
And,
longer do I have to listen to
like,
this shit?
he
What
does
time
that 2 or
is
3
it?
times. I reach for it. He
When is my
revoked
break
it,
so I can take a cigarette
kinda laugh
break?
at me.
Please.
And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor.
Oh my
And
god.
that really set him off.
Oh my god. I smashed the bottle down on the floor, but it was on the 3rd time.
Sorry. And he's,
Oh my god.
It was like a light bulb switch went off. And he started screaming.
Oh my goodness. Here she go. Here she go. Oh my god.
I
Get your lines
don't know
right.
If he backhanded me or hit me normally, I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down
Get
to the
into
ground.
character.
I
Wipe
remember
away
I
those
kinda pick
non-existent
myself
tears.
Off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand. He threw it at me.
Okay, Amber.
It
Look at
missed,
Johnny.
Thankfully, but
He's like, this
I kind of pulled
bitch.
myself back into the bar area.
I cannot believe this.
I
I
don't know how
cannot
much time
believe
passed,
this.
but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area.
Oh, for real?
And he told me to carve up my
Fucking
face.
lying. Her fucking ass. Oh my god. She's
I
fucking
don't
lying.
know at
On
what
her.
point in the evening I couldn't
Now there was a
tell
bottle
the
up to your
sequence
neck, a broken bottle
wise
up to
when
your.
that
Oh
happened,
my
but it
god.
was
Oh my god.
terrifying. It wasn't
Oh
the first
my
time he said
God,
that to me. He said that
Amber.
to me on the plane as well.
Oh my god.
But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me.
Really? Look
Uh,
at Johnny. He cannot believe
I
she is
I
doing
honestly
this.
don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I
You don't
think I
remember.
did.
Oh, just
I
magically, you don't remember if you threw
him
anything,
having
but you
me
remember
by
this
the
bottle.
nightgown.
Oh God.
I remember him flailing me, throwing me around,
Flailing you? Throwing you. She
this
is
is
using all these descriptive
after,
words.
There were some bottles broken on
Dramatics.
the floor. I think this is actually
Broken
after,
bottles on the floor, but you don't have no
Again.
injuries to show that.
Forgive me, I wish I could remember.
No,
the
I'm not
sequence,
forgiving
but it's
you.
flashes.
Flashes. Oh my
He's
God.
throwing these bottles at me.
Oh my
I
God.
remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans. beer cans,
Wow.
And they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me. And
So Johnny was just chucking bottle
like
after
a-
bottle
like
after
an
bottle
L
at you, and you were
shape, he's
ducking and
standing
dodging
in
and
the way
ducking and
to exit,
dodging.
So I'm kind of trapped and trying to
Oh
see,
my God.
surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me, ish, kind of front off to the
She
off to
is.
the left. And he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and
Oh my
I
God.
can feel glass breaking
Johnny,
behind
I'm
me.
so sorry.
I remember feeling one
You
of
felt
them
what?
go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity.
Bitch, that's what you did to
And I'm being
Johnny.
terrified.
The first bottle went by his
Remember,
ear
I've
and
been
hit the
moving,
wall.
I've
The
been
second
going
one hit his
around.
fucking finger. Why are you telling his
I
story?
eventually, I'm trying to. I don't know. He ran out of things to throw. I think that's how
Oh,
I moved
my
myself
God.
towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area. Because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was
You
slinging
fucking
me
lie.
from
You are a goddamn
wall.
fucking lie.
to the countertop. At one point, he has me up against
Where are
wall,
the
pushing
injuries?
the wall.
Where are the photos of the injuries? All this shit happened. You recorded all
Had
this
my-
bullshit. You took all these
knocked
other
down
fucking
and
bullshit pictures.
kind of
Why
ripped it
would
off
you
my
not
chest.
take pictures of this? Why would you
I
not
remember
go to the
when he was
hospital?
teasing me, taunting me that he is my
Your head has been banged up against walls and
my
refrigerators.
breast
You've been
is
choked up against the wall.
my
Thrown
my gown came completely off. It was
Oh, it
ripped
came
off of me.
Okay. Okay. Your nightgown was ripped off.
Naked and slipping around on
Look at
this
Johnny.
tile
Oh, she's about to do this.
and trying to get my footing.
Oh my
I remember
God.
slipping on this tile with glasses.
She is really doing
I
this.
remember just trying to get my footing. And, I felt really destabilized and felt
Oh.
really vulnerable. I'm naked.
Oh my
He's
God.
flinging me around.
Vulnerable and
at some point,
naked. Yet you had
I'm
an
up against
issue
the
with Johnny
wall,
telling
and
you to
he's
cover
screaming
up.
at me that he fucking hates me,
Oh my
that I
God.
ruined his life.
You did ruin his life.
Remember that I ruined his life.
That's a deep
Over and
sigh
over.
from Johnny.
And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by
Wow.
the neck. I get free from him.
Holding
I
you from the
step
neck again.
back.
Where are
And
pictures
and
of
it's
injuries
like
to your
his
neck
energy
after all the times he's grabbed you from the neck?
shifted
Where
to
are the
phone.
pictures of your
There's
neck?
a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my
Oh,
head
here she
was.
goes with the finger.
And he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's rah, like,
Oh
at
my
the top of his lungs,
God.
screaming, "I fucking hate you! I fucking hate you!
Oh
You ruined
my
fucking life,"
God.
and screaming. At
Perform,
the top of his lungs,
bitch,
hits the
perform,
phone, and starts bashing
perform.
the phone against the wall where I was just being held.
Oh my
And I
God.
remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this, and it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of
Jesus
a sudden.
Christ. Johnny, I am
And
so
he was
sorry.
just
I feel
over
so
and
bad.
over again, smashing his phone into
Do
the
y'all
wall,
see
over
this
and
shit?
over again,
Over
screaming
and over again.
watching the phone. Every
She can't even
single time
muster up a tear.
he pulled his hand back,
Look at
it was
that.
just breaking into pieces.
What are you wiping away?
I
There's
remember
nothing there.
thinking, this phone is disappearing, he's smashing it to smithereens, just going into
Wow.
the wall.
Wow, Amber.
And at
Bravo.
some point,
At
he's on
some
top
point.
of me,
This is a movie.
no phone.
This
but
is a
screaming
movie.
The same thing. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life.
Because you did.
I'm on the countertop. He had me by the neck.
Had you by the neck again.
And
I
it felt
swear
like
to
he was
God.
on top of me, and I'm looking at him in his eyes. I don't see him anymore.
Oh.
I don't see him anymore.
Oh.
What
Oh my God. 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 Are you guys seeing this shit? Oh my God. Oh my God.
looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to
Oh my
say
Jesus.
to him in some way.
Johnny is like, I
It was
can't.
me.
Oh.
I was trying to get through to Johnny.
Oh.
And I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him.
Stop. Oh my. Y'all, she's trying to
My
cry.
head was bashing against the
She's
back of
trying
the
to
car,
act
and I couldn't
traumatized,
breathe.
and it's not coming
And
across
I remember
at
trying to get
all.
up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My
Your
arms
feet were slipping on glass. Where are the pictures? Where are the pictures of your scratched up feet?
I didn't think he knew what he was doing.
Oh my God.
I don't know how.
There is no witness to this shit, y'all. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Ah! Oh my God. Look at Johnny. He's like, I'm done with this shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. She is doing this. There's not a tear coming out of her. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. She is really. Oh my. She got that shot for the pictures for the press. Putting that tissue up there. You're not crying, bitch.
And I don't know how that is.
You're not.
I don't know.
Oh
I don't know how.
Oh my God.
I don't know what happened next.
Johnny is like, oh, y'all. You fucking bitch. Yo. You literally lying, conniving, fucking
remember
crazy, delusional bitch. You are lit. Is she really doing this?
My chest was up.
I knew that this was what she was going to do, but I still.
My chest was on this. My back was on the countertop. And I thought he was punching me.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're wiping at nothing. You're wiping at literally nothing. Look at Johnny. Jesus Christ. Jesus, 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 Jesus.
I felt this pressure.
Please, please, please watch over him. This woman is insane. Jesus. Oh my God. She is fucking insane. Jesus, watch over Johnny. Watch over Johnny. This bitch is not all there. She needs to be committed. For her to sit up here and act like this. Oh my. What? Wow. Wow. With a broken bottle. Where are the reports? Where are the reports, Amber? Now you're mocking him, wiping your nose. Where are the reports? Wow. Get your script together. Get your lines back right.
Remember.
And here she goes. She's about to turn back into normal Amber. Watch how fast she switched. I cannot believe she did this, y'all. I cannot believe this.
I remember looking around the room.
Oh my God.
I remember.
Why did the nurse not help you?
Bottles,
Why were you not attended to
broken glass.
if that happened to you?
And I remember that just not wanting to move.
Jesus, watch over Johnny, please, Lord.
Because I didn't know if it was broken.
He was dealing with this crazy bitch for so long. Who knows what she would have done to him if this went any longer. Oh my
I couldn't
God.
feel it. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain.
Nobody is believing this, Amber.
I didn't feel anything. I just.
You didn't feel no pain.
I didn't want it.
Wow.
I didn't. I looked around and I saw so much.
She is a horrible actress. She is horrible. She has not a tear coming down her face. Nothing.
I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not, and I just remember thinking, please God, please.
I see not a tear coming. Oh my God. I see not a
I
tear.
don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I got off the countertop.
Wow. Wow.
I just remember being in the bathroom.
Being in the bathroom doing what?
I remember retching.
Retching?
I remember the sound my voice was making.
The sound your voice was making?
I remember I lost control of my bladder.
Lost control of your bladder. Y'all, please let me know where this came from. What movie this came from. Please let me know.
Retching.
Retching?
I remember there was blood on the floor.
There was blood on the floor? Where is the evidence? Where are the pictures? That sounds like a lot of fucking shit that you could have took pictures of you losing your bladder. You could have took pictures of the blood on the floor. You could have took pictures of you in your areas that got affected. You did none of that. None of that. Where's the proof?
Don't know how that night ended. I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember.
She is a fucking piece of work.
Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot for me.
Disgusting.
I remember falling asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep.
What is she wiping
The
at?
next day.
She's trying to get that picture for the headlines. After telling harrowing story in Australia, Amber cries and wipes her nose. No. Yes, Ben. Console Johnny. Please comfort him. Because this is the madness.
Marilyn Manson. Music, not in person. I could hear
Marilyn Manson always bringing his name up. I'm sure he's like, what the fuck I got to do with this shit? Name always being brought up.
Hearing it was blaring. It became clear, obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear.
This cross-examination is going to be a
And
literal
then it
blood
was obvious
bath.
it was
A
dried blood.
blood. Oh my god.
He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase.
Y'all see
The
how
blood
quick
from the
she
walls.
goes between emotions?
There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips.
Blood from your arms or feet,
So-
yet we have no pictures of it? Okay.
That plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs,
Oh my god.
I saw a bird in the house.
You were the
Surreal.
bird in the house.
Went
Fucking
down to
bird
the main
brain.
level where my painting
You
studio
are the
was,
bird.
and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got
Bird
down to
braided
the bottom
bitch.
of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by a paint. It was navy blue paint, and then brown paint.
So interesting, the things she can remember and the
there's,
things she can't
on
recall.
the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. The paint, my canvases have been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just
Okay.
a mess. There was a painting.
You
that
are
had,
a mess.
a painting that the owners had that had, giant penis on it, and some
I
other
did not see a giant
there was a
penis.
table overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is in by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken windows and a broken window, and it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked
You
into
look
the
like a
study.
mess.
There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just wasn't there anymore.
My
He wasn't
god.
there. It wasn't Johnny. He was sitting in the office desk. He
I can't believe
had his
she got up
hand wrapped
here
in this,
and decided
like,
she is going
rags,
to just
bandana
lie.
rags.
Just lie through her
And
teeth.
I think he took them down or somehow showed me. He said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you." Something to that effect.
No, bitch.
And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around.
Oh my god.
And we didn't have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out
No,
he
because
was
no one can have a
missing finger
conversation
and
with
kind of
you.
held
You
it
were
up, and
crazy.
I said, "What did you do? What did you do when?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone. And in any case, I knew it had been way too long that he had had this.
So now all of a sudden you're
blood,
concerned.
that he's bleeding.
Yeah, and testifying, the bodyguard, I forget his name, said that when he was trying to leave, you were yelling and screaming profanities and saying, yeah, leave if you're a big guy, leave, that's what you always do. Yet all of a sudden we're supposed to believe you were so concerned. Okay. Okay.
At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull, and I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
Please stop. Please.
I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him up, or I don't know. The help was coming though.
You needed to be
I
sobered
remember I
up.
made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV.
and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. Shortly after that, security arrives. I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on, and as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house.
Wow.
Saying that he had more messages for me. And this is in front of security. And they kind of just like looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal. Back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house, and I remember him standing at the wall trying to lead me more, saying he had more information for me. He was gonna lead me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses, shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate me. Hearsay.
They were trying to calm you the fuck down because you were absolutely fucking hysterical. We have you on tape saying you didn't mean to, and they were trying to calm you the fuck down because you were running around acting like a goddamn fool. We heard that shit on audio, crying and carrying on, saying you didn't want to leave him. If you leave, it's going to be the end. Fighting to stay, fighting to still see him. You admitted to it on audio, yet here you are fucking lying up a storm.
I didn't know he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like, could this be something he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean, that alone, I didn't, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and I'm sorry, Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie, who saw nothing on you. Debbie, who testified to seeing nothing on you.
My room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to do.
She's real fucking bold to sit up here and tell these lies that are exactly opposite of what other people have testified prior to this. She is bold, so she wants us to. She's trying to gaslight us. She's trying to gaslight Johnny still and gaslight the public.
Picked up my phone.
That's it.
And said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. And he wasn't making any sense at the time. Understandably, just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone. When I woke up and went downstairs to get it, it was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had.
Yet when the house manager was helping you pack up, he didn't see no paint on your clothes.
And just wiped it.
He didn't see nothing on your clothes.
And he picked up another
goddamn lie.
Of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint.
He also Ben also said there was no paint in the bathtub. Take pictures. Take pictures. Where are the pictures?
Packable, hadn't been destroyed,
He helped you
and
pack and
eventually
said he
left
saw
Australia
nothing and
with,
recalled no paint. If there
with
was
Ben
navy
King
blue paint
and
all
that.
over your fucking clothes, he would have
On the way
remembered and
there.
saw that
Let me
shit.
stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home.
Lying ass.
So, do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw it on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor, compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color it was?
Well, I believe it was white, or I mean clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
Okay. When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled. There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door, being really confused at first as to what it was. That little like specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places, just countertops, walls, door, as I mentioned. And later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house, or pieces of it. It was cut up. And he had ripped my nightgown into pieces and just
Oh
shreds,
my
and
goodness.
wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped, I found it, I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. It was like pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer.
Oh my god.
In the
He
closet
sent you on a
drawer.
scavenger hunt.
I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls.
Okay.
It was
I want to see pictures of all of this.
bizarre.
Bitch, you're bizarre.
What, if anything,
You're the
do
most
you
bizarre
recall
planet on the
seeing
earth at
on
this
any
point?
mirrors?
Oh, he'd written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe there was another mirror. I just don't recall which.
Police for
bathroom it was
Amber.
in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you
In
recall?
blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you
Oh my
recall
God.
any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter, more sort of thing, that sort of language.
Oh my
But
goodness.
calling me easy, calling me a
You
slut,
are easy. You are that.
calling me, like just things about ego. And
You have a very
like,
huge ego. Look
who
at
I
what you're
was,
fucking
and
doing
it-
right
it-
now.
it was
You
hard
fired your
to
PR because you didn't like the way people were talking
was
about you.
clear.
Talk about
It was-
goddamn ego.
Just out of his
Trifling
mind. It was,
ass.
I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown
Where are the
color.
pictures?
The walls
Again,
going down
Am I just
stairs.
supposed to believe
It
what
took
you're
a-
saying because
In
it's
fact,
coming
you
out of
could
your
see
mouth and
where
because you
he-
said
it
so?
looked like he'd run out
Where
of
is
blood
the proof?
Because the messages became the markings became clearly letters. and the letters kind of became. Like
I know
could
she
see
is
where
so
he
happy she
clearly
gets a
run out
break
of blood,
after
it wasn't
today
bleeding enough, and
to
went
go
got
collect
paint.
herself.
And then it became paint and blood. You could see both.
Oh
you could
my
see where he went
God.
back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the
I
dried
see
blood
where
was,
he went
and-
back with it.
And then I could see
Shut
a
up.
different set of markings, paint and some other material.
So I'm gonna go back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful. Do you
Oh my
recall
God.
what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
Wow.
That he fucking will kill me.
Wow.
I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again.
I do not believe it.
He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
Wow.
I did.
Where are the pictures? Why didn't you get any medical
And
attention,
did you
bitch?
experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Of course you weren't.
Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken, that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse, and then discomfort I was feeling afterwards. Just
That is the
pale,
police and the
dancing
ambulance because
out.
they know this bitch is a goddamn lie.
Scared. Shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I
Wow.
just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear.
Nothing in this record is clear.
Up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that
With a
correct?
broken
Josh, Your
bottle.
Honor, bleeding. Sustained.
What if
Right,
any
don't nobody
penetration
need to
was
hear all
there in
that.
your vagina?
With a broken bottle, y'all. Yet she sought no medical attention. None.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God. Look at Johnny. He is like, I cannot with this shit.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me.
Oh. Wow. Disgusting.
It was putting
Disgusting.
it inside of me over and over again.
Oh my God. A broken bottle
Did you
inside of you over and over
experience
again.
any cuts on other parts of your body?
Yet this is the first time in this trial
Arms
we're
were
hearing
tight.
this.
My bottom
Prior
of
to
my
this
feet
trial
was sliced up
starting.
pretty good.
Did you have any other bruising or swelling?
No.
I had a bruise across my jaw. I
Where is the
suppose,
picture then?
From the
Where is the picture?
one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
Clocked you in the face. I can't.
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
You didn't make a record of anything else after everything that you just sat up here and said happened to you. You didn't make a record of anything else. Just a bruise on your face that we don't have a picture
Let's
of.
go to
Look at her.
1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up. Defendants 1815. And I think these are all in your honor, so
Yes,
we can
yes,
publish.
it's published.
Oh my
Is this the
God.
game table?
So you
Yes, it
took
is.
pictures of the game table, but not your body.
Based on your testimony, is this where you
You
were,
took
were you on top of
Pictures
this
of an
table?
inanimate object being destroyed,
Me.
but not you. Not a picture of you.
Pushing on my throat, actually.
He was pushing on your throat, yet you did not take a picture of hands and marks around your throat. Because that makes logical sense.
This, though, looks like it
Disgusting.
is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Oh, so now the stuff was cleaned up.
Did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it, got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
Oh my God.
We could look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Yes,
Wow.
looks like the bottles that were
Yet again,
by Johnny
pictures
on the
of
desk
some
when he came out that
inanimate
last
fucking
night, and he
objects.
was still up, still drinking.
We could go to defendants 1817.
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not. Your Honor, I had used their question. I got to ask a question.
What more do you recall?
Sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before.
Oh, what picture?
And I felt my stomach tighten up.
Oh
Like I
my
was gonna be
God.
sick when I saw it.
What picture?
Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is the pressure. Like
You got
something
sick from a
square was
picture of a
my body was
bottle.
punching me.
Where are the pictures of you?
I was feeling square, something firm in me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface.
Was it inside or was it pressed up against your
Behind.
bone? I don't fucking understand what you're saying.
When I realized it was an object or a bottle, and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying,
She's saying she thought,
He's gonna kill me,
okay,
but I
she's
wasn't.
disgusting.
his
She's a
arm was
nasty
punching
bitch.
me.
She's nasty.
And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know, and then this came out in bins.
What are you wiping
And
away?
it's-
There's
he
nothing
didn't share
there.
it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. And so I recognize it.
She is tragic. A tragic case.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Look at Johnny smiling, laughing, because they know they got this shit. They know they got it. They ain't got no reason to worry.
Do you recognize this area, this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery.
All that
This is
shit
all
happened
that
to
pile
you.
that's
No
going on.
medical attention. No medical attention.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
You were raped with a bottle. And you needed no medical attention. You lost the control of your bladder and were bleeding, and you needed no medical attention.
And let's duplicate.
You know
said
what?
1819. My apologies. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is close to where my feet were
Oh my
When I was
god.
dangling off the counter.
Close to where your feet were, but no
when he had
pictures
me
of
on
your
the
feet
countertop by my neck.
by your
My
neck,
feet were slipping
which there are no pictures of.
on the tile, and I just
Is she
remember
looking at the
my
jury?
feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping.
Oh my
I couldn't get
god.
up.
Where are the
I couldn't
pictures?
breathe. Pressure on my neck. She was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing and he was throwing bottles at me.
Gone girl.
Can we go to 18?
This is Amy.
Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was.
Oh my god.
Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about. Where I was
I'm sure the
strapped.
jury is thinking, okay, we just heard this whole story from
When
you
say to the left
about
of
you
the
being
wall,
brutally abused, scraped through glass, choked, manhandled, thrown up against walls,
Imagine
countertops, ping pong tables, yet you're showing us no pictures of your body and being injured.
I don't know if
Do
it
they
was
really
the
think
little
that Amber
old-fashioned,
just
like
telling
old
this fucked up
fashioned
story
tiny-
in her acting way is going to sway the jury into believing her? If I were a jury, I would be like, okay, that's great story, whatever, but where are the pictures of you like this? Because I just heard testimony of you having nothing on you. Yet you're just fucking saying that all this shit was done to you. So where is that actual fucking proof? That's going to be the conversation. She's not going to win this. She's not.
Go to 1821.
She's not.
Defendants. And you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. It's a landline.
And you see straight ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be some broken glass. Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke.
Another
He was
inanimate
throwing
fucking
it at me.
object.
My body was
Jesus.
in front of that little kitchen sink.
I know the
You see
jury
in
is
picture.
just tired. They're tired of this bitch. They have to
I
be.
suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have.
Dr. Curry was so right about this chick.
1822.
All the traits that she described in Amber's personality disorders, she's displaying for us.
25.
Every single
Is that the
one.
next one?
1825 is an evidence.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up.
Jesus.
It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that
Having
I
to
was
bring
gonna
his
call,
name up again.
911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look at in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
Oh, a lampshade.
Lampshades Johnny wrote.
So because all this stuff is damaged, property damage,
Messages to me.
that he paid for to get fixed, because he can do that shit, I'm supposed to believe that also means he abused you. No, bitch. Y'all had a fucking altercation. You were acting like a complete lunatic. Cut the tip of his finger off. He was angry as fuck.
Yes, I do. That's my painting
In
studio.
shock.
So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, and kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look for the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
We're talking about
Let's go
lampshades
to
right now.
1828.
Lampshades. This is all they got. Lampshades.
And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do. Those are my painting. That I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but he just
Wow.
bring them.
So, I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's 2 or 3, and then there's a smaller one
It's all right, Johnny.
in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was that dark colors before, or
I am
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
sustaining objection.
What if any change was there on that canvas?
Oh, I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was
Oh my
not
god.
my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
Yet you're so not about
So
ego.
the
You have
right
to add that in. You're a
side,
terrible
on the
painter,
other
but not
side,
that bad.
More to the
Girl
right
eye.
than the one you already testified to.
Goodbye.
Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that,
So
Objection, leading.
what if any changes were there to that picture?
well, the 3 canvases were portraits, so they looked similar.
All right, they're back
That'll
from
actually
break.
be closing argument day for anybody that wants to know. Okay.
Closing
So,
argument day. Let
right.
me go
So I
back.
just
When is
wanna-
closing argument day? Is it 5 o'clock yet? Damn, I'm so ready to be off the clock.
I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
Yes.
That'll actually be closing argument day for
Well,
anybody
I
that wants
still
to know.
didn't get it.
Okay.
Oh well.
So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps a track. But if it's good with the jury, I just want to make sure that everybody's good with
It
them.
works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sure.
I really want to know who's gonna cross Amber. People have been saying this Zellner lady, but I also heard that she told Johnny to settle. So I don't know how true that is. But this is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. So I'm eating my ice. But yeah, she talked all that shit about what happened in Australia. All that shit she talked. Everything that she fucking said. Yet there's no evidence of it. Debbie Lloyd, no evidence of it. The security guards, no evidence of it. Nothing. Nothing. She just sat up here and just told you guys a story like it's story time on YouTube. Story time. Click. The story time of me getting abused in Australia. Click. That's what it was. It was a story. No truth to it. No truth to it at all. I'm so irritated by this woman. And I've sat up here and watched her for like, what, 8+ fucking hours, and I'm drained. Imagine having to deal with her in real life consistently. I would, literally, that is why Johnny looked the way that he did when he was with her, because she was sucking and draining his fucking soul. Draining his soul. He did not want to live anymore. All the story that she told about the bottle going past her ear and everything like that, and then he threw another one through, that was all her. That was literally all her. Like, you're not gonna win this, honey. You're trying. I think you maybe managed to get one little sliver of a tear out. Maybe, just maybe. I'm not even fucking convinced on that. But this woman needs to be institutionalized.
Thank you, Michelle, if you can bring back up.
If you can sit up here and do this for hours on end, and do this performance on hours on end. I know that they are actors,
1830.
but this, we're back. Let me get this right again.
Remember, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Did you get, based on your perception, which color is underneath?
Objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
What now? I'm trying to get Johnny too and Amber, but there we go.
I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look. This is the picture that we
Look
saw
at Lane being
earlier.
so polite today, acting like she has manners and has
area
home
that's
training all
in
of a
red
sudden.
Here.
Yes.
Please and thank
What,
you,
if anything,
ma'am.
did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you?
Yes, you did.
Before
Yes, you
this
did.
trial,
It was
you know
lipstick.
who Carly Simon was?
Yes, you did.
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
No, I
Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Okay. All right. And then, if you can just remember this picture again. The
I know
red
Johnny's
area
team is going to come up
circle.
with like a video or
And
some
I'm
shit
gonna ask
with her
Michelle to
saying,
take
"Oh my
this
God, I
back
love
from
Carly Simon,"
1830 back up.
and she wants to act like she don't know who the fuck she is. You wrote that shit. Completely different handwriting.
And I'm gonna ask you to take a look at this. What if anything did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what if any pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
And let's go to 374, please. That's already in evidence. Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint, and both of the two.
Which Ben did not recall who was the house
both
manager
mirrors.
who got everything fucking fixed up. And he did not recall that.
And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831.
It's like exact opposites. Exact opposites.
And
Did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Yes, I can.
Is that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
So where's the bathtub?
That had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
Let me
I'm
see it.
sorry, what if anything did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see them. I think that's it. I see it in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then
Let me see the picture.
377 for a moment, that was in? Evidence already? And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay, thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834.
Where are the pictures of you, Amber?
And what does this depict that you can recall?
And that is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835.
Damn.
And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the...
I can't even. We know all this shit she's talking about in Australia is made up and a fucking lie. All
Let's
lies.
do 18.
Talking about audio in Australia.
You indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later. There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often.
Yes, and you would record him without telling him, secretly, sneakily, trying to catch him in shit, which you never have.
5 hours was unusual, and that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident.
At the end of the Australia incident.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
I've heard the audio. I have heard the audios of you acting like a complete fucking fool. That is all I have heard. And Johnny placating you, staying calm, trying to get away from you, trying to rationalize, trying to get you to act right, trying to explain to you why you can't put your hands on him, why he leaves. Trying with your ass. He really tried with this woman.
Time. 78.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally off the clock. Closing this goddamn computer.
Remember that the exhibit number, sorry.
378.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can
You made arrangements?
describe, let's take you to
point
To
you
return
left the
home, no,
Australia
you were
coast,
forced to leave. You
to
did
go
not
to
want
the
to leave
airport,
his side
you were
because you said it was
accompanied
going
by
to be
Ben
over
King.
if you
Could you
left.
tell me
I
what
can't
transpired
believe
during
these
that period of
people.
time?
So I left Australia.
Why are they
shortly
trying to
after
act like
that.
she left on her own accord?
My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me, and on the ride on the way to the airport,
Yes, and Ben
Johnny
King
calls me.
testified already saying he saw
and
nothing on you. How are you going to
He was
refute that,
crying on the
bitch?
phone.
He saw nothing.
He was crying. He asked if it was if he had killed it, if he meaning the relationship. It was I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way: is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? So that sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Please, you asked him, have you ever just lost it on somebody?
You, when Mr. Depp
So
was...
he's just completely
when he
lying about
testified
that.
on-
Completely lying.
on
Completely just
what
made
Mr.
it up.
Depp said to you
Okay.
on the phone, right? Were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
He said you were in the bathroom
I
talking.
only
They had to
remember
get you
speaking
out the
to
bathroom
Johnny,
so that the
and
flight could take
I
off.
remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I
She's
even
a
then
liar.
felt torn.
She is a
about leaving.
liar.
I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She is deceptive as fuck.
No, that's not...
This
gonna
is
ask you a question
perjury
again.
at its
Okay.
finest.
Please tell us how you felt at that point.
Complete
and,
fabrication.
what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, Austin answered.
She was in the middle of responding to Your Honor.
That's a different question. I'll sustain that objection.
Sustained,
Okay.
bitch.
How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed.
Oh my god.
Like my heart was broken.
Wow.
I didn't know what to do.
Wow.
I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought
He
would
was
die
there with his
or kill
people
himself.
being taken care of by his
Because
guy, Jerry
certain
Judge,
things, like the
nurses,
trajectory he was on,
medical staff who were paying attention to him because he
He
had
couldn't get
actual
the
fucking
cigarette out of
injuries
his
and you
face
did not. They were trying to give you
before.
medicine to calm you the fuck down and get you the fuck
Friday
out of
before.
there.
And combined with all the when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with
Wow.
white residue on them and in them.
And you probably licked
they
the
were
goddamn
books
bag.
in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before.
You
even
rubbed
though
it
I had,
on your gums. That's what
just
you
gotten
did.
there. So I was worried he would die, and I was
Oh my
worried
god.
that
You
he
were
couldn't
not
come
worried
back
he would
from
die.
What happened?
You said, I was so sorry.
I was
I
worried
didn't
that-
mean to. And
There was just no
You were
way.
concerned that he was about to
Turns
leave your
around,
bitch
there's no
ass
going
and that
back,
your
but-
meal ticket was going to be done.
Shock. Shock.
Bitch,
So
I'm shocked that
you
you're up here doing this shit.
Throughout of that airport, did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show you.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was. We stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have
Liar.
to change gates there?
Just a liar.
Yes, Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book.
I am
Got my
drained
attention,
by
and
this
said 4
bitch.
ways to click a relationship guide. So I bought it.
You
And
brought a
I,
relationship
who was the
guide.
author?
Please.
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems.
Wow.
So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy
And
it
learned
read it on the way
absolutely
home?
nothing from it. Clearly. You learned not a goddamn thing.
Because I love this man.
Oh my god.
I love this man so much.
You still do.
And
You still want him. That's why you want him to look
so
at you and
toxic.
acknowledge you. You're toxic.
And for some reason, I couldn't get him to. Not hurt me.
Oh my god. You couldn't get him to not hurt you. Literally,
We love each other.
he could not get you to fucking act right to the point where he was fucking at his wits' end and wanted out of this world. What are you talking about?
What to do with this relationship?
You needed to fucking leave.
It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me, and I loved it so much.
Oh my god.
I would have read a million books.
Oh my god.
So
I would have read a
back
million books.
To
What line is that from, you guys? What movie is that from? She's gonna get herself in trouble. She is really getting herself in trouble. Every fucking lie she has sat up on this stand, they're gonna come back at her. What happened to the volume? What happened to the volume?
To me, it.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
she said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
I'll overrule for now. So here we go.
Oh god.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using coke, and
Oh my
he couldn't
god.
get surgery
You wouldn't
because
stop
he
using
wouldn't
coke.
Stop using coke.
You damn
and they
addict.
put him under because of all the coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
okay, I'll
Work
sustain
foundation.
this last part.
Because of all the
right,
coke.
Next question.
So, when did you next, when did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days, I don't know how long it was, but it was
So
the
funny
doctor.
how she doesn't know
I
how
think
long
my
she
best
saw him
recollection is
after.
that it was
Please.
in the doctor's office, or
I do
around
not believe that.
he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost
After
felt
he
like
raped you with a bottle, y'all
it
reconciled.
went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and
He allegedly raped you with a
there
bottle,
was
choked you
a few-
up against the
maybe
wall,
more
threw
than one surgery,
glass
but it
bottles
was,
at you,
You know, like it became very
threw you on the floor on a
about
ping
getting
pong
on to the
table,
next step.
ripped your dang old nightgown off, yet
getting Johnny off the
you
coke,
went back to
and
him.
Get the procedure done.
Okay.
And after that procedure, getting another procedure done, and it was just these
yes,
small
all
steps,
these
and
procedures that
before
you
we knew it,
caused
we were
because
right back in
you
it.
threw a bottle at him
With
and cut the tip of his
the
finger
course
off.
of him being done with drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, a little bit more secure and kind of
all about
coming
your
back into this
security.
relationship with him.
And when we speak about security with Amber, it's money. That's it. March 23, 2015.
2.5 weeks roughly after Australia.
Okay.
Where was Johnny staying at this point?
Get your lines right.
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. He was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when he...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
What'd you see?
He was texting this woman that he had a relationship with, on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship.
Probably trying to get emotional support.
The name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like, upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house.
And the next day, you went with James Franco.
Sexual relationship with.
You were having sexual relationships.
And,
what did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
Freaked the fuck out.
I freaked out. I immediately, confronted him about it.
You woke him up, probably pushed him and hit him. What the fuck is this, Johnny? What the fuck is it?
In that moment, if he did kill me, which was likely, confronting him at that stage,
likely to kill you.
I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out.
Ripped your heart out.
Been through
You had just been through what you had been through in Australia, and here you still are.
Went through in Australia.
And yet you still here.
Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like...
Lying, lying, lying. Deceitful woman. Disingenuous. She's lying.
Unbelievably painful. Unbelievably
This
painful.
is all feigning. It's like exaggerated.
What did you do?
God, I cannot wait for Dr. Curry to be recalled.
So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him.
Oh, we have heard that,
Get
honey.
the fuck out of the house.
We have heard
That's what
that.
I said. Excuse my language, but
Excuse your language. Shut the
we were
fuck
screaming
up.
at each other.
Excuse your act and behavior.
At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, trying to stand up for myself, and
Oh my God.
Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face.
Liar.
It was like all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to
He's not looking up at
not
her.
get more hurt.
I know.
Then
You have to be making
not
sure they must have
releasing.
told him,
Would have
Johnny,
certainly
put this on
left
that
me.
paper, put this in front of you so
I
you
don't
don't
really
ever look
recall.
up.
Because she wants him to
specifically.
look at her.
I remember at one
I
point.
know.
He
She
had his
wants it.
unpacked
She was
in my
pissed that
hair,
she was
and I
being
looking at the
ignored
carpet.
and he wouldn't acknowledge her.
I don't
Yet she
know.
was so abused by
I
him.
don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into, I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedroom, the bedroom's on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks.
How
and shoe
swanky.
racks
You
and
have
stuff
a
like
whole
that in
freaking
there.
penthouse.
And then it had another
As your
level,
closet.
mezzanine, which is an over, it hung over the rest
How
of
swank.
the bottom floor.
That's other
and
level.
I used that as my office. And the
A
back
whole
door is
penthouse
the
for a
living room,
closet
just some
and an
couches
office.
separate, just some big couches and a low table. And I go on to, I hear him in Penthouse 5. And in the lower level also is another painting studio.
3 in the
like
same
painting
building.
area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him.
He had her friends.
And he's screaming. but
She
I don't
moved
know
her
why.
friends
I
and
don't know
shit
who
in there,
was-
living rent free. Her sister,
My
all
understanding is
that,
he was screaming at me.
living
but I
rent
wasn't
free
in
up in the
that apartment.
penthouses.
I could hear him, and
And then when
I heard
she
him,
divorced him, she
I
was
came
wanting
into the
all of the penthouses and want him to pay all the bills on the
and
penthouse.
I went down the stairs to the
he did
mezzanine
that?
level where my office
That was her blackmail.
and I could
No,
see
she
him
did that
and
shit.
a security guard and Debbie,
She wanted him to pay for
the
her
nurse.
car.
And he was sitting on the
Oh, he's
sofa.
writing. I knew that. I knew
when I
something
first
because I
walked into
said,
the room, and he
"There's no
stood
way
up,
I'm that
straight
strong
down,
enough never
Red
to
Bull,
look up."
and
He
screaming.
has to be writing his
And
autobiography.
Debbie
I
came
would.
up the stairs because
But
I'm screaming back at him. She came up
everybody
the
is
stairs,
saying,
I
do
think.
not look at this woman. Do not look at her.
And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me, and while I was up on the mezzanine floor with
Like, when you're listening to her, do you feel like it's believable?
He threw
I don't look no worse
red
tattoo
liquid
at people because not
up
him
at
writing.
me,
No,
certainly, but it kind
that
of
you feel I need to learn.
narrowly Miss
What?
Debbie.
You don't never. You
And
can, how you gonna have an issue
I
ever?
said
You can never get into any
I
type of
called
heated
him
argument.
pussy.
The lawyer, his
Yeah.
attorney, whatever, just talks to
Said
him.
something about,
He sideways looked at her and just kept
angrily.
writing. That's a new level.
I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said. But
You
I was
called him a
screaming
whole bunch
at
of fucking
him. He
names.
threw this can at me and everything else.
You
that
threw
happened.
cans at him.
And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And
She's so dramatic.
you know, there's only
Bolted up
I mean,
the
he-
stairs. Oh
he was
my
up, He was
goodness.
up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between 2 flights of stairs. Bolted up the steps, and I don't know. I don't know how he managed to get his hands in
Oh
my hair
my
so fast that he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down and hit me in the face with this cast he had.
Oh my god.
I just remember this.
Where are the pictures?
Brief struggle.
Where's
we
the
had
proof?
Before kind of break away, Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I.
That's not how the security guard said that went down.
She just threw herself like in the line
I'll
of
leave you
fire
to this.
or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her.
Bullshit.
And I just...
She went crying, running away to Jennifer Howe's house, saying that you were going to kill Johnny, and she was afraid of you.
Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other... I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just, in my head, instantly
And
think
you hit
of
him.
Kate Moss and the stairs.
Kate Moss?
Swung at him. And
Kate
all of
Moss
my
and stairs.
relationship to date
And you
with Johnny,
Oh my god.
I hadn't landed a blow.
You're a fucking liar.
For the first time, hit him.
You said you slapped him
Actually
earlier.
hit him.
You're a
Square in the face.
bold-faced fucking liar.
He didn't push my sister down the stairs.
That's not how your sister nor the
All
security
my time.
guard said that went down.
All my time of being in that relationship to that point.
The security guard was there.
Landed one
So he's a
on
bold-faced liar?
Sure, I tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms,
Oh.
hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but no
Oh
one
my
landed.
god.
And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me, and then lunged at me again. And
Wow.
before I know it, security stepped in between us. And,
Security had already stepped in.
and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister,
They wanted to get him to
And,
safety, not pull him away.
we
They
locked
saw that you hit
the-
him
the
and wanted to
door,
get
and
him to
I could
safety.
just hear all this commotion happening in penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015.
The day before the James Corden show.
Were you and Mr. Depp together at that time?
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th. Yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument.
Of course
We
you don't.
had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and
Oh
then
my God.
periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk
You
about
can't recall
December
because there was so
15,
much shit going
2015.
on.
What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me
Oh, wow.
in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction
Wow.
to slow down his momentum.
Mm-hmm. That's why you
I
threw it.
remember him screaming.
What else do you remember, Amber?
I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face.
Wow.
Again, this is another example.
Remind
when
you, hitting
I
her in
wish
her face,
so much
yes,
I
she
could
would
tell you
on
the
James
exact sequence,
Corden the day after. Hitting her in her face.
but I can't. It's flashes.
Flashes.
So I'll tell you what I do remember.
Yeah,
I
we'll fill it in
remember-
later. Don't worry. On the cross-examination, it'll be filled in. Don't worry. Those little details, we
Trying
got
to
it.
flee upstairs.
We'll give you those details
We
of what
had,
actually happened
he-
since you
he
have
got hold of me, I
flashes.
got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my head.
Grabbed her by the
slammed
back of the
his,
head, her hair.
his hand on my head. And I
Yeah,
went
she was
down
on
the
James
stairs,
Corden.
and he overtook me.
Looking perfectly
I
fine.
remember him so well.
Doing all types of
I
facial
remember his
expressions.
boots and the sound they made.
Okay.
I remember him, my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way.
Your hair.
He
Look at
dragged me
Johnny.
into the room.
He
with
drug you
the
up the stairs by your
into,
hair. Your
so
hair
like
is
a
that strong.
Salon foyer area. And we had this
That's some movie shit.
argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise
her
lounge, like a
toppling over.
little low-lying
Oh my
sofa
God.
seat.
Y'all were in there
And I,
brawling
hit my
from
head
your depiction.
on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go, and he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up and get back
No,
up.
I believe
And
that
when I
was
did,
you.
He said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shut me back down.
Okay.
"Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face.
Okay.
I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him. Just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fist, leaned back.
Her
and
story.
headbutted me
Oh
square in the
my
nose.
God.
Just
That is not how that went.
right as I
Johnny
stood
is like,
right there.
okay, bitch. Okay.
I was
He's like, all right.
Slammed me right in the nose instantly. Searing pain.
Searing pain right in your nose. Yet you were on James Corden the next day.
Long relationship.
No evidence of this being reported. You saw no medical attention.
Physical pain in that moment, you know, just searing. And
I'm so done with her.
I remember thinking, you have your hands free. You know, like I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands.
Oh my God.
Why did you headbutt me?
Oh my God. Drama.
I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff.
And what'd you do?
We had another struggle. He overtook me.
He overtook you.
I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was.
Pummeling you.
I went down to the floor.
Pummeling you.
I remember being on top of me, and he was screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor.
This is the biggest liar
and
in the universe that we are listening to right
from
now.
The office into the neighboring.
Actually, I may know another one, but this is one of the biggest fucking liars in the universe.
The door that connected these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It was a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door.
Oh my God.
To prevent him from dragging me into the room, but I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that property.
She was drugged through the floor.
I was trying to get free.
Get your lines right.
I was trying to stop.
Get it together.
I remember feeling the carpet and the metal.
Carpet and metal scraping against you as you're being dragged. Where is that?
Drags me up to
Where are the
bed,
pictures? Where is the evidence? Where are the injuries?
Down onto the bed, and he kneels on my back with one leg.
All of this.
And I was trying to fight him off me.
All of
this. Face down on the bed top, and he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me.
Johnny is listening to this like, okay.
A close fist punching me repeatedly. And I don't.
I wonder what's going through his mind right now. I really want to know what he's thinking.
I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear, and
Johnny's voice. She keeps calling him Johnny.
Each time it sounded louder and more desperate.
Yet talking about these horrible things.
I fucking hate you.
Oh my God.
I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head.
Pounding the back of your head, Amber. Pounding the back. The words that she's using: pummeling, pounding, dragged, scraping.
Myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore.
So you're screaming like that. Nobody came to help.
Hear him say that he was going to kill me.
Okay.
And that he sounded like an animal.
She needs to go to jail for perjury. She really needs to go to jail for perjury and be locked up for 10 plus years. This is horrible.
He was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different. He sounded like he was in agony. It was high pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just
Johnny is laughing at this act.
Over and over again, and I got really still.
You don't know how to be still.
And it felt in my body like quiet.
Oh my God.
And
why? Because you thought you were about to die.
I thought, this is how I die.
Yep. It's an act.
He's gonna kill me now.
Why did I know that's what she was gonna say? Because I've heard it in a movie before.
He's gonna kill me, and you won't even have realized it.
Oh my God. Look at Johnny. He is like, this bitch, I cannot believe it. He's like, whew.
Everyone's trying to scream at
Johnny, I love it. He is laughing at this actress in front of him, giving everybody a show. And Ben is comforting him, like, yeah, don't worry, we got this. We will handle her.
Over and over, and I don't.
She is not going to be able to be like this during cross. They're going to nip it all in the bud.
When you woke up,
I wish I could
was
read
there anyone
lips.
there?
Oh my God. Look at her. So distraught. Needing to collect herself. Wow. Actrice. Actress for the world.
I remember
She's trying to get some tears to well up.
hearing my best friend's voice. Felt like it came,
What, she was your savior?
felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from everywhere.
She's
Her-
done this
her
act in
voice
front of her
in a weird
judges,
way
in
felt
front of her
like it was
lawyers,
coming from two
Eve.
directions.
They were like, yeah, that's good. You seem
I
believable.
realized that I was
Lied
sitting
to
on
her.
the edge of the
Lied to
bed,
her many
on
times.
the carpet, the floor against the broken frame of the bed. There was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame, and it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it.
I could feel it.
Over.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it.
I was there for it.
And
Oh my
while he was
God.
on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened
This
to
is
me.
revolting.
From the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me.
Wow.
It's a
You were
really weird
screaming, he
feeling
was
because
yelling, yet nobody heard shit.
Next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Go ahead. And
And then I
what Rocky said.
I eventually she called the nurse Erin.
Nurse Erin, who also reported
She
of
got something out
nothing.
of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the
Broken
floors.
nose. We saw
my
none of
head
that
was
on James Corden.
bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the
Chunks
floor,
of
all
hair,
over the
yet the
place,
picture you
actually.
submitted
It's
shows
so
like
horrible.
hair being cut out of your head, if that.
He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
It's his countertop.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I
And
do.
Does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 evidence, you can publish it, please.
Thank you. And could you describe to the jury what that is?
And chunks of my hair, Johnny ripped out.
You thought you were going to
Driving-
die. You thought you were going to die,
concussion.
yet you told Johnny you would die if he left you.
Michelle, could you bring up
Make that make
513,
sense.
please? Defendant's
That looks like
513.
hair that was cut out of your fucking head. If hair was pulled out of your head, you would see roots and everything. That was cut. Not even from the scalp. That's like a tuft of hair.
Does this picture accurately depict
and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Oh my
I'm going
god.
to move the admission of defendants 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This is my face.
A Botox bruise.
with
Some
a
makeup.
busted lip.
I don't see a
It's
busted lip
difficult
at
to see
all.
in this picture, but
Your lips are chapped, but I don't see a busted
I-
lip.
2 black eyes.
You
one
don't have
first
2
and
black
the other,
eyes.
like I said, maybe a day or 2 later.
For the
my-
damage that Johnny said did to you,
Okay,
that would
yes.
not be 2 or 3 days later. It would not look
Thank
like
you.
that.
Michelle, can you
And
bring
there
up
is no
defendant's
busted
exhibit
lip. So you want me to
514?
look at that picture and see a busted lip? I see nothing.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes,
Does
it's my
this
face.
accurately depict the scene?
Sometime
Why do
after.
they keep saying
Your Honor, I'm going
scene?
to move the admission of defendants 514.
No objection.
514 evidence, unpublished.
All right, if you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That's my face. Some time
Close up,
after,
and I still don't see a busted lip.
Johnny beat me up.
And I do not see 2 black eyes. You're
Michelle,
showing
if you
this
could
to the
bring up
jury,
Defendants 515.
expecting them to see that. After all that you just said that happened, those are the pictures you're going to provide. Oh
Does
my
accurately
god.
portray the scene depicted?
She's trying to act so traumatized.
Yes.
Going to move the admission of Exhibit 516.
No objection.
LOL, Amber Heard is a psychopath.
Five
It's
sixteen.
trending
I'm sorry,
right now.
You said 515.
Hashtag Amber Heard is a psychopath.
515.
What is your new PR team doing? Doesn't seem like they're helping out much at all.
And what does this depict?
Yet another picture of
This is
nothing
my
on
face.
you.
Sometime after.
Let's look at defendants 516, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
She is a psychopathic gold digger and
And
wanted to take
Yes,
this
it
man for
does.
all
It's
his
like
money
Maybe
and ride off
let
in
me-
the
Let me
sun.
move it first. May I move the admission of defendants exhibit 516,
no objection.
516 evidence.
published to the jury, please?
Yet again.
Okay, I'm going to
Nothing.
explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night.
That was
After-
that night.
Johnny left me.
Where is
Okay.
the nose damage? Where's the broken nose?
517? Does this accurately
Poor,
portray
poor,
the scene
poor,
depicted?
poor performance.
Yes, it does.
move
Yes,
to
it
admit
does.
defendants 517, Your Honor?
No objection.
517 evidence.
They're letting this stuff be shown too.
And please describe for the jury what this portrays.
That's my face after this
Horrific incident. That's your face.
And what
Where he
is-
was beating you in the
what's
face,
portrayed
pummeling
in
you in the
that?
head over and over again, and that's your face.
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It
Oh,
kept
is it?
reopening. You know, it's a mouth. My lips move.
Lips do move, so how come the next day when you were in James Corden,
519?
none of this was showing?
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
519.
No objection. They are letting this shit play out.
Shows.
This is my lip a few days later.
That is a chapped fucking lip.
Let's go to defendants 520, please. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
She's like rolling. Oh my god.
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520.
You guys, she's so traumatized having to look at these pictures
No
again.
objection.
520
These
evidence.
pictures that she painted these injuries on. Oh my god.
Please tell the jury what's depicted here.
That's my scalp.
That's your scalp
Like the
after he
trumpet
dragged you up the stairs by your
From-
hair. Dragged
from-
you all the way around. That's your hair.
By my hair.
Okay.
Defendants 521, please.
Yep. So he grabbed one strand of hair and was dragging you like that, and that's what took place.
Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
And she really thinks that she's doing something. That's the crazy thing. She thinks she's up there doing the damn thing.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
522 evidence.
No objection.
And what shows there?
What shows there, Amber?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523.
That little spot under her eye looks like an injection spot.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, I think this is day or so after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 evidence.
Oh, I love how she's saying
I'm
no
just gonna draw your
objection.
attention, Amber,
Completely
to an area
unbothered.
up here. What if any bruising did you sustain?
There's
in that
nothing
area?
there. What are you
Objection.
circling?
What if any?
I'll sustain it.
What are you circling? There's nothing there.
It's
What if any bruising did you sustain?
There's literally nothing
objection.
there.
Sustain the objection.
Did you? What injuries did you have?
Elaine.
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck, the back of my head.
Where?
And swelling and pieces of my scalp, kind of ripped, torn.
Pieces of her scalp.
Gross, pussy.
Oh
But
my
this
god.
is of the bruising around my temple from one of
Where?
the blows, several blows.
He pummeled you. You're
So
calling these blows.
524?
Where? I feel like I'm insane.
Does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes.
Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 evidence.
And what does this show?
And I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my
I'm not seeing that.
head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light.
It
but
is
I
difficult to
remember
see
it was
because
pretty
it's not there.
ugly.
It's difficult to see, yeah. Because you're wanting us to look at something that's not
Defendants
there.
509. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Oh my god.
Yes, it does.
You're going to remove the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Did I just pop up?
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke. Well, on top of me.
Yep. Because that's what that looks like.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a
Destruction?
part of the fight that happened in the bedroom.
That's destruction.
Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was
Completely
the
staged.
main bedroom. There had been
There goes that cup again.
a part of the fight that happened in there too.
Loves putting that cup in
Go
pictures.
to defendants 512, please. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, that's downstairs in the main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
That's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay. Let's go to
That's
defendants
destruction.
525.
A placed bottle of wine. Okay.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen
Graffitiing.
counter.
It's not
that
graffiti
he
because
left
it's his
up
property.
on his way out, I suppose.
Why be a
I
fraud?
think defendants
Exactly.
526 is already in the evidence. Could you just bring that
Yes,
up?
526 is in evidence.
Now, Amber, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky.
Her
and
best friend at the
family,
time, so I guess they're not friends
and
anymore.
Her fiance, and my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the
Lies.
island anymore with Johnny.
Lies.
They wanted me to leave him.
Yet you did not.
Did you have to appear? Were you
And none of
scheduled
these
to
people
appear
are
on the James
testifying for
Corden
you.
show on December 16?
Yep, the next day.
That's right. I was promoting the Danish Girl.
The very
film
next
I
day,
had
you went on a
done
TV
earlier
show
in the year in
after all
London
that happened.
before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called the James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone,
Concussion check.
I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling.
Oh, but somehow you hit it very well. To the point where they were non-existent.
I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I
with that Milani palette,
I could pull it off.
Did you use the Milani palette that
my
wasn't
hair
even
makeup
made?
Team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray.
But the
that
makeup
stings.
artist said she saw nothing.
And worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup.
Please.
And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy.
She had a swelling and busted lip and a broken
very
nose.
well at the time that.
And her makeup artist worked around it.
And that was one of my favorite colors to wear, and this occasion we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip. And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth, doesn't matter, but
Sustained.
because you didn't have an accident.
Sustained.
All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
Okay. And you went there with who?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself.
Special effects makeup.
In that case, because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose.
Okay.
But
One
it
last
was-
conversation. So that's why you went to San Francisco and tried to get in the
it's
bed with
like
him
a-
after you sent the TRO? While secretly recording
I was
him?
heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And
Please.
it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking.
Law
in
and
this
crime
process
is to
of
get
where
it
to go to have
together.
Christmas
What
with
is
Mr. Depp
going
and his children.
on?
I guess I was trying to explain
What is the
go
issue?
ahead. That,
For real?
we just, once again, this time was the last time.
What is happening?
And eventually,
Wow. So you can hear audio. Okay, so then it picks back up here.
if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point. But
I hope they read that letter from Lily.
Go into the bathroom.
I'm so sick of her bringing up the kids. It's ridiculous.
Into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. You fucking ever talk to me like that again, or I hate you, or something in response.
Something rude.
Something. So that I felt like I wasn't just being a punching bag. And
Wow.
I kind of get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door or if he just shut it. But again, brings me up against the wall.
Wow.
But this time he just
what did he do?
Grabbed my
Johnny is like, what? Really? This is so disturbing. This is disturbing to watch.
I was wearing some peach, kind of like knitted kind of style swimsuit underneath.
Unbelievable.
That's what I had on from the waist down. And he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers
wow.
inside me, but through my bathing suit. Moved my bathing suit out of the way. And just kind of held me there. And asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought it was so
she
fucking
is
tough.
so
So,
nasty.
are you tough like a man now? Are you some man now? He's kind of taunting me. Well,
So she went on the trip.
And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling. Not, it's like teasing me. You know,
And this is why Amber Heard is a psychopath is trending right now. This is why.
I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room.
I'm sure you don't, because you can't make it up.
Went into the main room first.
It's a lot of lines to remember.
I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to get away from him. At some point I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. It's at some point
I
before
love how
ran,
Johnny is just like at ease. He's just like, okay.
He swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it meant.
And he has still not looked at her.
I remember running. I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck.
She's always saying she's throwing something as a tactic to get away from him.
And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me. Grabbed me by the hair, swung me around.
You should be bold with how many times he's grabbed you by the hair.
Once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence. Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV.
Tara, who has also testified to you standing in front of an ATV and not allowing him to leave, and he wanted to get away from you because you were harassing him,
and
screaming and hitting and throwing things at him.
See Johnny for the rest
That
of the
Tara?
evening is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
He got his own cafe on the island.
Is that the end?
Yeah, this is a good breaking point, yes.
Okay, ladies and
Thank God.
gentlemen, you can stay there for a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking again. This is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be
Yep.
seeing you until May 16th.
Breaking for a week.
But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about...
This was an
the
absolute
request,
mess.
Okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9
Oh,
a.m.
wow.
to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30, so I'll let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments. And
Okay.
turn over to you for deliberations on that day, okay? So I want to let you know ahead of time so we can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay?
Judge is
All right,
ready
so
to get this
now
over
I'm
with.
going to make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case. So you're not to read anything about this case, you're not to watch anything about this case, you're not to listen to anything about this case. The papers,
Wow,
the
y'all.
museums, the internet, and
What the fuck do we think about today? Wow. Wow, fucking wow. I sat here and watched this shit all goddamn day. And I still believe not a single word out of this woman's mouth and never will. She proved absolutely nothing. Australia, March 23rd, December 15th. All these fucking incidents they went through. And there's no evidence of anything. Nobody saw shit on you. All those fucking pictures they tried to put up, you can't see anything. They tried to circle like pictures of like a bruise right here that looked like dirt. If that. She even said herself, the lighting is bad. You can't really see it. Yeah, bitch, you can't see it because it's not there. It's not there. You're reaching. You're reaching a lot. Oh my God. I am so tired of this woman. I'm so tired. So news in, due to this time limit and the judge really wanting to be done by Memorial Day, Depp has used 35 hours and 6 minutes and has 26 hours and 9 minutes left. Heard has used 36 hours and 31 minutes, has 24 hours and 44 minutes left of their time. So they've used more time than Johnny and have not made a single fucking case, have not made a single fucking point that sticks. They've brought nothing. Yet they're just using up their time, clicking away. 24 hours and 44 minutes left. That's a day. Okay? So we break that down into 8 hours. Like, how long do they typically do that? That's like no time at all. And we still gotta do cross and shit. So maybe their tactic is just to run out the fucking time. Maybe that's their tactic. Because Johnny has a whole 2 hours more than her. Wow. And all these pictures of her. Wow. All the pictures of Australia where there was so much destruction. Johnny did this, Johnny did that. And there's pictures of wine just splattered here and there. And she's like, yeah, this was after the cleanup. Bitch, no. You're exaggerating. The allegations in court today were so fucking disturbing. Amber Heard should be jailed, as she should definitely be jailed, because she's perjuring. She perjured in the UK, and now she's perjuring here in the States. What are the repercussions for perjury? Let me find that out. But this is a civil case. What are repercussions of perjury in civil case? A person convicted of perjury under federal law may face up to 5 years in prison and fines. The punishment for perjury under state laws varies from state to state, but perjury is a felony and carries a possible prison sentence. of at least 1 year plus fines and probation. Bitch, I need her to get every one of those 5 fucking years. Now, do I see her actually going to jail? No. But I think that she should be jailed. I think that she absolutely should fucking be jailed, behind bars. If not jailed, put into a medical institution, a mental institution, so she can be put on medication, be studied, be watched, be analyzed, and to get her shit straight, because she's not right up in here, y'all. Someone said, so it's 2 broken noses now. She did say that. She did say her nose was broken 2 times in like 2 different incidents. So you've had your nose broken 2 times, and it's still sitting like this straight. Okay. It's not crooked and misfigured or anything, but you had your nose broken 2 times? Okay, honey. Okay. Ooh, they almost bumped into each other. Oh, shit. Let me show y'all this. They almost bumped into each other. Oh, man. Okay. So this is, let me take this off. Hold up. Okay, so this is Johnny and Amber almost bumping into each other. She's about to come off the stand. Watch this. She's coming down. You see Johnny right there. I could have sworn it, like, you could see she's like deer in the headlights. She's like, oh my God, Johnny. And he's like, ew, and smiles. He's literally like, ew. You saw him shrug his shoulders? And there she goes, being rushed off in the other direction. But they definitely saw each other. They definitely had to have locked eyes in that moment. How fucking uncomfortable, especially after she just sat up there and lied on this man for hours. Look at him. He's like, ugh, ew. Let me get away from this. Let me go this way. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This is fucking wild. He's disgusted by her. He does not want to look at her. Today was insane. And now she gets to take a break and get her shit together and come back at it. Because, girl. He butted me square in the nose, seething pain. Amber the next day. This is Amber the next day. Do you see anything wrong with her nose? Do you see anything wrong with her lips? I don't. I don't see a goddamn thing. They're all close up on her and everything. I don't see caked up makeup on that would be used to cover bruises and shit. I don't see any of that. And she has her hands and all around her face and stuff, drawing attention to it. Nothing at all. There will never be anything because there was nothing there. Today was a lot. Like, when she was up there crying, I nearly was about to lose my mind. Like, Amber Heard is a psychopath is trending, and I am so happy because I'm listening to her, and I'm like, this woman is literally insane, getting up there choking to cry. I'm thankful Johnny is even still alive at all. Amber Heard is one of the scariest women I've ever seen. This is her between her trauma monologues. Look at this picture. Doesn't she look like an evil villain? With that little smirk on. Looks evil, like a villain, like, my plan is going according to plan. Like, literally. That's what she looks like. Whew. Dr. Shannon, in the same trial, testified she's prone to overly dramatic presentations. Check, we've seen that. Lots of descriptive flowery words like magical, which lack any substance. Check, we've seen that. Adding details and all these words and shit that don't make a difference in the story whatsoever. You'll see quick shifts in emotions that become very animated to sad. Check, 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 check. We've seen all of that. Dr. Curry read this bitch. She told us exactly what the fuck she was going to do. She literally told us exactly what Amber was going to do. prior to her even getting up on the stand. She read her the fuck out. Read her out. Before she even got on the stand. They did that shit on purpose. They wanted us to know. This is what she's about to do. And how she was talking about Kate James and shit. Drinking on the job and having the car out in the middle of the road with the doors open and the baby in the car. She really is I know Kate James is like, hates this woman. She took her personal R-word story, and then you're bringing up her children and making it seem like she's a bad mom. Like, she low blows. Like, she has also done that shit with Johnny, low blowing with the children, saying he's a deadbeat dad and stuff. She goes there with the children. That's low. Even on, like, reality shows and stuff, like trash TVs, like, they're like, one big thing is don't talk about the children. Don't talk about the children. Like, you're not supposed to go there. Children are innocent. They have nothing to do with this. And she kept trying to bring them up. So if you want to bring them up, I hope Johnny brings up the letter of Lily Rose, and the fact that she says she doesn't like MDMA. I'm trying to make it sound like she's so above it. Please. And I'm so sorry, Inger. Inger had been she tweeted at me. I'm so sorry, Inger. I was like recording and watching all this. She said, pretending she's shocked about MDMA. Come on. There are multiple witnesses confirming her drug use. Yes, she'd be better off just copping to it at this point. I can't. Exactly. She's going to have to cop to it because come the cross-examination, they're about to ask her all types of fucking shit. You can take mushroom caps and you can do all. You took fucking MDMA at Coachella. Fuck out of here. You were taking mushrooms, MDMA, and drinking wine. Fuck out of here. Acting all holier than thou. Inger Johanna also said, can you believe her performance here? Oh my god, she clearly has not sought medical help. Woo! She is so disturbed. She really believes this shit. Yes, I agree. She really does believe this shit. She believes it wholeheartedly. That's the only way that she would be able to get up on this stand and do this, if she didn't believe it. She was somewhere, like, if you tell yourself it over and over and over again, you start believing your own fucking lies. She believes it. She believes it because she's a fucking crazy person. She's a psychopath. Terrible. Terrible, terrible fucking... Oh. My bad, my phone just dropped, well, rather slid. That probably means I need to just be done for the day. Amber Heard is somehow worse than I thought. She just keeps getting worse and worse, and I don't even know how that's possible, to the point where she's going to be the most hated woman in this country. Terrible. I gotta go. I gotta go watch some other shit to take my brain off of this. Smoke a little bowl. Maybe that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna smoke hold up. I'm gonna do a toke with you guys. If you have your piece, let's do a toke for Johnny for going through this craziness. Hold on, let me get my shit. Okay, we're doing a toke for Johnny. This is closing out court. We have a break this upcoming week. I don't know when the next time is. I'm gonna make a video. I really have no clue, but I just want to say thank you to anybody who's been watching these videos. Like, eventually, like when this trial starts back, I know I'm gonna do another video, but between here and then, I don't know what I'll be doing. If I feel like, I guess I'll put something on. If more information comes out, I'll, do something. But I just want to say I appreciate it for the people who have watched me talk about this trial. I know that you're not here for me. I know that you're here for Johnny. I'm sending him all the love. I'm trying to send him all the love, like, energetically, whatever, because this has been completely fucking awful, and I hope that his children are not having to watch this. And just thinking about all the peers and everything that he has in his life who are just seeing all of this out for the world, but he did this with a purpose of clearing his name. He had to. She made it get to this point because she wouldn't admit that that she was fucking lying. Ever. She just wanted to hold to it, and she's still doing it up on the stand. Like, I really feel bad. Vanessa's probably watching this. Winona, Kate, all these people watching this shit. His peers and people he's worked with on up-teen fucking movies and shit. It's a sad, 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 disturbing situation. The fact that this woman decided to, like, and I don't even want to call her a woman because, like, I don't want to claim her, like, and I don't even feel like she's all the way human for you to do this to somebody. It's just evil. It's really evil. All the shit that she said is in direct opposite of what evidence, audio, and all that, and Johnny's testimonies and witness statements and testimonies. It's all direct opposite. She's trying to gaslight the fucking world to not believe what they're hearing and seeing with their own eyes and ears. Do you understand how fucked up and sick that is? Like, it's sick. It's fucking sick. And I fear so for that child as she grows up and becomes a young woman, and she's going to want to look to somebody for guidance and mothering, maternal nurturing, that I get from my mother. My mother is like my best friend. I go to her for like everything. I feel like she would be the type of bitch to like feel like her daughter is competition or some shit because she's that crazy, like Mommy Dearest. Y'all remember that movie? Yeah, that's how she would be. It's a fucking shame. I am in disbelief of what I just sat here and watched for hours on it. I am in fucking belief that this woman is doing this. Shaking my fucking head. Let me see if anything else has happened before I get off of here. The kernel of truth in Amber Heard's testimony. Johnny said, "Wish he had never met me. No one liked me. That I ruined his life. I'm guessing he does believe these things and has said them to her at some point since she made his life hell." Yeah, I absolutely believe that that's true. And I believe that's how he felt. Absolutely. 1,000%. 1,000 fucking %. I hope that you guys are going to take some time to decompress from all this bullshit, especially people who have experienced this, and I know that it can be very triggering to have to listen to these scenarios that she's bringing up and talking about and like reliving your own experiences. It's a lot. And I've seen a lot of people say they can't even watch it anymore because of this show that this woman is putting on. Like, she literally thinks she's on a stage. She thinks she's on the stage, giving the show for the world. I am Amber Laura Heard. Listen to me. Believe everything that I say, even though I have no evidence, even though I have no medical reports, even though nobody's ever seen anything on me. Believe what I say because I am Amber Laura Heard. That's literally all there. That's it. Believe me because I'm a woman. Anyway, you guys, I don't even know how long this video is going to be. If you've made it to this point, you are a fucking real one. Think about liking, think about subscribing. If not, I completely understand. And I'll catch you guys in another fucking video. And we'll do this all over again because fucking wow, bitch, she's doing this. She really did that shit. Oh my god. Ha! You thought it was gone, but I'm back. No, but because I was watching this thing a little bit bigger of them almost like running into each other when she gets off the stage, and I didn't see that on the Twitter that she visibly like jumps. She goes like, and she like backs up against the thing that's, I think it's like some type of something. She backs up and actually hits that against the wall. She literally went like that. And like Johnny like walks by the other, like I didn't see it like that. I want to see if you guys can see what I'm talking about. Like damn, bitch was shook. Alright, I'm playing it. This is on the bigger screen. You see that? She like staggers and bumps into the thing behind her. Look at that. Oh my god. I know her. She probably almost shitted herself like she shit that bad. Let me play it again. Watch it. Look. Damn, bitch. Shook. And Johnny is like, oh god. Oh my god, she just shit herself. Holy fuck. After she did all that on the stage, that's fucking karma for your ass. You're having to look him right there dead in her fucking eyes. Like after you said all that shit up on the fucking stand like you did. All that fucking shit you set up on the stand. You literally acted like that.
And I think that's part of the
She was, oh my gosh, she was shook. She was shook. She was shook. She was so shook. If you can, watch it on a big screen. Go on YouTube and watch it on the big screen. That shit is like, that is the only real reaction and or emotion that I've seen from her since she's been up on this stand and been in this court case. That is the only real emotion I believe. She did not know what to do with herself. She... Okay, I'm gone for real. Bye. Well, apparently I keep coming back for more because holy shit. People are so smart. People are so smartical. First of all, this picture of Ben Chu, and he's doing what I think everybody in their hearts wish they can do in the presence of Amber Heard. He is subtly flicking her off. Like, fuck you, bitch. He's like subtly flipping her off. Like, he's smart. That was not by accident. And then these pictures, Amber on Christmas 2015, trip to the Bahamas, photo shoot in Toomey, the trip that nobody wanted to go on after they supposedly saw her face and shit. This is Amber. Photo shoot. Imagine having this luxury, y'all. You're on your man's private island doing photo shoots and luxury clothing, going tubing, Christmas in the Bahamas, doing photo shoots and dresses, leaping, skipping. But you were so abused. Yeah. What are you gonna do? I think Camille is doing this on purpose to throw her off her game. Yeah, I guess when she was like maybe objecting and stuff, because we all know that Amber is going off a script, and when you get interrupted when you're like memorizing something, it kind of screws you up, and you have to like go back in your mind so that you can get back on track. So you have to start from a place before to continue it off as you remembered it and memorized it. Yep. That's exactly what she's doing. Alright, I really need to get off here. I really need to go. Johnny Depp's team now has 1 full week to thoroughly analyze all the bullshit Amber Heard has exposed to us over the past 2 days. They're going to tear all her lies to pieces during this cross-examination. This massacre will be a treat. I cannot wait to be there. It is going to be a treat. It's going to be finger-licking fucking good. Like, they got this shit. They got it. They got it. Alright, y'all. I'm done. Ta-ta.